and I believe swerve it. For the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. Yet I keep flirting. Face death like a Steve Irwin. Hold heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep stirring. I'm trying to be perfect. Using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herpes. Smoke till I see curtains. Lungs fail and they cease working. There is something that I need urgent. Suffocating, trying to squeeze words in. What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I'm past that mess. Till I pass, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath. When you lack flesh, got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking the last step. I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what I gotta pass next. I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad blessed, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash back from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Swear that shit has got me mad stressed. I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath. And the only reason I ain't passed yet, I'm the first ever and the last left.
I let the record show. I let the tech explode. Put up the weapon show. Pull up the Texaco. Knuckles in Mexico. Call up the technical. Then know the text will blow. Shot that I'm Plexico. Turn you to vegetable. Body electrical. Acid and alkaline. Body so flexible. The shooter's feast like an Uber Eats. Got a group of these two to these Cuda bees. While letting the Uzi Aruga speak. An American God up in Cuba eats. The powers they seek and powers the weak. They follow and creeps. Powers they be. Inherit the world from cowards and sheep. Lit to the mountains, top towers and peaks. Flowers and sweets and showered our feet. The lightning and thunder, the shower to sleep. Shower the deeds. It's not a verse, the sour receipts.
What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I'm past that mess. Till I pass, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath. When you lack flesh, got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking the last step. I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what I gotta pass next. I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad blessed, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash back from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Swear that shit has got me mad stressed. I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath. And the only reason I ain't passed yet, I'm the first ever and the last left.
It's like a track finish. I attract women, they the bad women. I'ma splash in them, leave a bag with them. Then I raise seeds to be mad different. If I die now, I'm coming back in them. Cause they dad missing, but they cash dripping. Cause they royalty, so they brag different. Ain't no ass kissing, never had feelings. Seen a white victim and a black witness. Mac gripping on my last mission. Yak sipping, blowing blackism. Gat missing, he was lack slipping. Smack hit him, now we act different. Apparition, the bad vision. The Mac a chip him and crash the system. Uncle Tom, cause you that willing. Fuck the law, I'm going back to living. Astral prism, the black religions. Activism to conversations. Sacrilegious, the palms of Satan. Black magicians, Babylon erasing. Raise our hands to God we praising. Hustle in the marathon we racing. Nipsey at the finish line, he waiting.
What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I'm past that mess. Till I pass, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath. When you lack flesh, got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking the last step. I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what I gotta pass next. I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad blessed, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash back from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Swear that shit has got me mad stressed. I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath. And the only reason I ain't passed yet, I'm the first ever and the last left.
Woo. 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 There you have it. Family. Last Breath featuring my good brother Blue Pillar. All right. Cambada and Red Pill. Make sure you check that out on Black Magic 363. All right. Without any further ado, my co-host, for the evening. Brother Blue Pillar in the building. Peace.
Peace, love, and light. Peace to the family. Peace to you and yours. Welcome back to another episode of Know the Ledge Media / Know the Ledge TV / it's going to feel classical like Know the Ledge Radio tonight. We're bringing the alumni to the building. What's good?
Was really good. Was really, really good. How's everything with you, my good brother?
Everything is amazing. Today I got to do something very revolutionary, and that is bring change directly to people where they're at, where they live, in their home. You know, we went through the streets of Atlanta, in the southwest section of Atlanta in particular, door to door, and we brought people food, you know. And you know, if you think about time and you think about the fact that time is quickening and we are racing somewhat against a time clock, and time is also converging. There's many timelines that have collapsed on top of one another, and every day brings in another timeline. Today brought in 21, right? You know what I'm saying? Every day with a new incident, it brings in another timeline. So you want to do something that has the most aggregate efficiency, meaning that you want to expend the amount, the least amount of energy, or the energy that you do expend. You want to make sure that you're doing a viable return on that level of investment, right? With time and energy being your current. So we was like, let's do something that kills 2 or 3 birds with one stone.
Facts.
Right? We still are living in a post-COVID world, so immunity is still the order of the day.
Hold
especially
on. I'm sorry, we're living in phase 2 of the COVID world. I just want to clear that.
Yeah, okay. So living in phase 2 post-COVID or the COVID world, you know, we still have to see the play 4 or 5 moves away. You understand? And we got to run scenarios in our mind like quantum computers. Don't tell or don't allow people to tell you to not entertain the idea of where things might go. You know what I'm saying? Or you being able as a strategist to exhaust all possible outcomes, right? That's what a computer would do. So I have a technical, I have a supercomputer technical mind, and I look at moves 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps ahead. You know what I'm saying? And I also consult with the experts to see if these intuitive downloads that I get, you know what I'm saying, have practical backing in the physical realm, which we can look to the stars and see, okay, there's support for that, right? So let's say this particular military 44 operation escalates to, because look, I've been speaking about the MJ energy forever and a day, right?
Yes,
Remember, I was talking up about Michael Jackson, and I was like, this was under the Mars, the Aries energy. I was like, watch MJ kick back in. I said, this is going to adversely affect the police. Right after that, the police started getting COVID, right? I said, watch. I said, the shit is going to jump from the police into the military because they're both governed by Mars. And Saint Michael is the patron saint of police. Hence the fact that they wear his card underneath the octagonal hat, right? Dealing with that 44 energy. Mars is 44. 44 is blood, right? 44 is military. 44 is Mars. 44 is shooter. 44 is killer, right? So go, you know, connecting to my entire narrative this year about there will be blood.
There will be.
Leading up from my whole shit that I built out when I started the Super Bowl, leading up to now to the fact that the murdering officers, a 44-year-old, leading to the fact that the parallel line of where George got executed was on a 44 parallel line, leading up to the fact that there was twins under Gemini. Homie's name is Twin, right? His incident is twinning so many different incidents. You guys twinning Rodney King, it's twinning Mike Brown. You know what I'm saying? It's twinning Alton Sterling.
Philando
You feel
Castile.
me? It's twinning Philando Castile, even though Philando Castile was not in Minneapolis, right?
No, hold
It
on.
has this.
The twinning aspect is that Philando Castile went to school with his killer. The police who shot him knew that man, the same way that the police who shot this man knew him. That's
Yes.
in that aspect.
So, all right. So all of this twinning energy is recurring in this particular incident, and we can identify, you know, the fact that Obama, what you call it, is also a twin. Trump is a twin with a Leo rising, right? And he's getting into his twin attack on his twin Obama, the other 44th president, because I've established on numerous occasions that Trump also was the 44th president because there was one president who served 2 terms, not consecutive 2 terms, but Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and the 24th president. So the 44th person to occupy the seat of presidency is Donald Trump. The 44th president is Barack Obama. So they're twinning, right? That's he cannibalizes. He's eating the legacy of Obama. He's destroying him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
He is to his base, right? The red-blooded red state Republicans. He is to his base with the blue-blooded Democrats. Black America wish Trump, Obama would have been for them.
Facts.
Okay. So, with all that being said, we get an opportunity to make an observation of a lot of interesting things taking place, and they have a lot of cosmological factors and indicators that are backing them up. I openly also said that Gemini would be the make it or break it for America. Why? Because Gemini has a direct correlation to the fact that it governs the lungs, right? It's dealing with communication. We are in a misinformation war, right? The 100,000 person mark was just passed with COVID. There's an attack on people's lungs by a biological, biogenetic weapon.
Fact.
Right? And, we find ourselves in this very peculiar place, preparing us to go into Cancer, which Takashi already cooked for and set the template, and that's the convergence point where melanated people find themselves intertwined with the destiny of this country, which is under Cancer. So, and then that's setting up for the Leo, for the coronation energy, right? Just last week, they said that it was a solar minimum. Now, what are they saying? They said that the sun came alive May 29th. The biggest solar flare that they have witnessed since October 2017, the night when the shit popped off, right? The night when the shit popped off and the melanated carbonated youth were activated, okay, in their solar plexus, which is where fear is housed, right?
Yes.
They obviously came out of their root chakra up into their solar plexus from the 1 to the 2, and they did not, right? They were able to alchemicalize that fear into fearlessness, right? When that solar flare hit, right? That X flare, okay? And it mutated them. And now you see the youth out here across this country in a manner in which, if it were directed, if it were properly funneled and channeled into something constructive or laser-like, you understand? It would be unstoppable.
Let me just share something that I'm sure we'll take enjoyment watching this in a replay years from now. It's 11:49 p.m. Eastern time. I just was going through Twitter. They rushed the president to an underground bunker because they are setting fires around the White House right now. So the Secret Service has just rushed President Trump into an underground bunker because of what's taking place in Washington, D.C. First of all, I love my D.C. Chocolate City residents. I just want to say that I slept on y'all. Y'all some legends. I like y'all.
I was saying this the other day. Remember, them niggas different, right? Shout out to RAHKU, no disrespect. I'm saying I was locked up in Fairfax. That brother did time in Lawton. Anybody who has been around DC niggas incarcerated, no, them is some different type of niggas. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Off the Love Boat, that season them running across the Golden Gate Bridge. You understand what I'm talking about?
Facts.
So when they go cuckoo, all bets is off.
Yeah, I was in Fairfax for 90 days.
When they pop, look, when that kettle boils over, but let me explain to you what's happening inside of the body of melanated men as we speak, and women, of course. You dig what I'm saying? Because we cannot ignore this synchronicity. Just listen to the verbiage, right?
Yes.
Behold, Corona rising, y'all. Fuck that. This is exactly what I've been talking about. New sunspots potentially herald increased solar activity.
Hold on, can you share the screen?
On May, huh?
Is it possible to?
Nah, I can't share it right
now. All right. Do you think?
On May 29, 2020, a family of sunspots, dark spots that freckle the face of the sun, representing areas of complex magnetic fields. You should have opened up playing magnetic fields. Sported the biggest solar flare since October 2017. Although the sunspots are not yet visible, right? NASA spacecraft spotted the flares high above them. Okay? And that's the night, right? It was right the day after them niggas was supposed to go to space. The flares were too weak to pass the threshold at which NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center, which is the U.S. government's official source for space weather forecasts, watches, warnings, and alerts, provides alerts, right? So they got an agency that looks out for this shit that tells them, yo, niggas is about to pop, right? Remember when AHKU be talking about that shit that they had, the Naval Observatory?
The Naval Observatory,
right? Which was the Department of War.
Fact.
Yeah, watch the skies. So, as the sun moves through its natural 11-year cycle in which its activity rises and falls, right through the pillars, sunspots rise and fall in number 2. NASA and NOAA track sunspots in order to determine and predict the progress of the solar cycle and ultimately solar activity. Currently, scientists are paying close attention to the sunspot number as it's key to determining the dates of solar minimum, which is the official start of solar cycle 25. 7, God body. The new sunspot activity could be a sign that the sun is possibly revving up to the new cycle and has passed through minimum. However, it takes at least 6 months of solar observation and sunspot counting after a minimum to know when it's occurred, because that minimum is defined by the lowest number of sunspots in a cycle. Scientists need to see the numbers consistently rising before they can determine when exactly they were at the bottom. That means solar minimum is an instance only recognizable in hindsight. It could take 6 to 12 months after the fact to confirm when minimum has actually passed. So they like, let's see if these niggas is about it. Right? We can't call it for them. Let's see if they finish strong. Let's see if the sun literally comes alive in them and moves something and moves a gauge that is past the shit that we are already gauging annually about. Yo, what did the summer look like for these niggas? Oh, they killed about 3,000 niggas. How many police did they kill? One. If it's less than last year, they like, oh, yeah, niggas, yeah. This is partly because our star is extremely variable. Just because the sunspot numbers go up or down in a given month doesn't mean it won't reverse course that next month, only to go back again to the month after that. So scientists need long-term data to build a picture of the sun's overall trends through the solar cycle, right? Nonetheless, it was the first M-class flare since October 2017, and scientists will be watching to see if the sun is indeed beginning to wake up. Right? That happened the night the shit popped, son. You tell me.
I mean, it's evident and clear for anyone who is of a scientific mind what exactly is taking place, especially if you adhere to the as above, so below formula. I mean, you know, the solar flares are igniting. The corona mass ejection is the rising up that people are witnessing, regardless of Antifa had a hand to play in breaking windows and whatnot. That's not what's right. The people are rising up. Something inside of them is waking up. Something inside of them was triggered when they were witnessing the lynching. Or
if you had to have witnessed what was going on this weekend, right? I was out there.
Yeah.
I wasn't out there necessarily totally in the thick of it. I watched that shit on live, but then I went outside. You know what I'm saying? I've been out all week, and the energy's different, right? These children are fearless.
Yeah.
They really don't give a fuck. I mean, that's a good and a bad thing because they don't give a fuck about nothing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know, but it's a different energy altogether, and it's going to have a global effect, right? You're gonna see the whole planet come online, and this shit is gonna be different. It's gonna look different, but I mean, there's some aspects to it that we can look at. So what I said about today is that understanding that pre-existing condition is still something that was exposed during phase 1 of COVID-19, you know, and the fact that we do not want our people to be sitting ducks in their home and be susceptible to contact tracers and people knocking on their door, now military, because they're right there in the neighborhood already. We want to make sure that we can help people build their immunity and not lose focus of that. Because, you know, if you got that spirit and you want to rise up, you're going to need electrical foods. You're going to need something that makes sense. You know, people are 45% of the U.S. population is obese. You know what I mean? And a large majority of our people, you know, are falling under that particular statistic. So we went door to door, you know, in a food desert and gave people boxes of organic food. You know what I'm saying? And the excitement that we put on people's face, you know, the love that was exchanged, you know what I'm saying, the energy, it just really remind me that there's no better feeling than you know, being of service, you know what I'm saying, to humanity.
That's beautiful because ultimately, right? Ultimately, the underpinnings of what it is that, you know, the organic message ultimately is about compassion. It's about empathy. It's about valuation of what they call a black life, right? Because ultimately, before the politics and all of the other things are involved, the people are saying, we want to publicly say that black lives have value to them, right? Before it gets lost and reinterpreted and twisted up. Ultimately, it is about the compassion for human life, irregardless if there's black on black crime, which doesn't even exist, regardless if there's still, you know, because they want to use all of these distractions. Ultimately, this is about our black men restoring their value that is almost to the point where it's bottomed out, right? The fact that a black man could elicit a global response for his quote unquote lynching or his murder, that said something. I mean, to be honest with you, that still means that you have a horse in the race, black man or African man or melanated man, you know. And the fact that you
Moorish man here,
or Moorish man, the fact that you Blue,
we gotta start somewhere.
let me finish. I'm just saying that the fact that you're tapping into people's heart chakras by feeding them and by being compassionate and by tapping into the energy that, like I said, is the prevalent energy. It's about love energy. It's about, you know, compassion, because the removal of compassion is where evil exists. That man with his hand in his pocket and his knee on that man's neck, he was able to lift that. That was the proverbial showing of the fangs, or the lifting of, when they say the devil will show his face by pulling his mask back. The lack of compassion,
the unmasked, right?
The what?
The unmasking, the unmasking, right? You know, the thing about even Paul, because this is in St. Paul, right?
Yes.
You know, Paul on the road to Damascus. You know what I'm saying? The brother Will 777 used to always talk about, you know, the Damascus. You know what I'm saying? It's something that would take place that demasks all of us, you know, and it's making people look at themselves and see themselves. Hence the fact that you see soccer moms out there. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's come to a face-to-face, you know, reality check with the fact that a lot of people's allegiance to what can conceivably be the truth, or the people that filter and feed them their truth, they don't trust them no more, because they had enough time through quarantine to see some of these documentaries, hear some of this information, and none of this stuff be adding up. They like, you know what? I don't rock with these people like that. They got holes in their armor. I don't pump with them.
They're
now they see it.
Essential.
Now they can see.
Look,
their vision is kicked in.
Blue, the police department during the COVID phase 1 of COVID-19 were deemed non-essential. Why? Because they were not administering anything that was that was saving a life. They could not help people breathe. They could not help people get better. They wouldn't drive you to the hospital if you were sick. Matter of fact, the NYPD, the majority of the first COVID or Corona cases in New York City were the NYPD. Did you know that? So the quote unquote, the aura of invincibility, that went away. They were not serving and protecting, because the police departments was like, I'm staying home. We're not coming out only if it's a body. So they kind of showed the people that we're really not serving and protecting you. We're actually, huh?
I was in the streets. It was empty out here.
Mad empty.
Wasn't no police.
Yo, and nobody was looting, right? If black men are such animals, and we so goddamn hungry, and they're trying to shame us, you know what I mean? They shaming people for, you know, bringing boosting back, or the STEAM team. And I'm like, yo, if it was really that bad, dudes would have took advantage of the fact that there wasn't no loss prevention in any of the stores. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was really that serious, people would have been looting. The stores were closed and nobody was around, you know what I'm saying, with the merchandise in the window, like, forever. So people wasn't even pressed like that. All of that, we know who started the looting. Let's not even go there, but we're gonna go there tonight, because tonight is about the 99 years of looting. What happens after a 99-year massacre on American soil, where you looted black millionaires' houses, and you looted their businesses, and you bombed them from the sky? Bro, hold on.
They said,
go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
They was talking about the fact that they was stealing they was after their drip. There was a lot of accounts about they was running up in the cribs and purposely looting their clothes, and they would see their clothes being torn. Huh?
In Black Wall Street.
Black Wall Street, yeah. They was jealous of their designer tailored outfits.
Yes, their
Right? They
bespoke
were
suits.
intimidated by their drip. Yeah. They was like, man, these people were stealing my clothes.
The same clothes that they was boo-hooing about that left Target the other day, right? They had the audacity to cry about, because shit in Target is like $5. It's not even, you know what I'm saying? Homegirl was boo-hooing T.I.'s home, Tiny's homegirl. What's her name?
I don't even know.
The one that made Tiny go straight from the beginning.
Chicana.
She boo-hoo and talk about Icebox is not even white people. Why did you steal out of Gucci? They not racist. If you don't shut your retarded looking self up, what are you talking about? They got, but on the other hand, they'll encourage black women. This is Atlanta that I'm talking about, right? They're encouraging black women at every single opportunity to do something strange for a piece of change, to go and get you some Icebox or a Gucci bag. They have black women selling the most thing that's the most precious to them, and that's their souls. So how dare this woman or this sister or this black lady? She was crying. She had tears in her eyes. That was big mammy talk. Somebody said, yo, that was huge mammy talk. She might get a talk. It should be her, Diamond and Silk. They should come out with a version of The Voice.
But yeah, let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it. So I don't want to hold y'all up any longer. We have a powerhouse show tonight. I am so honored to have the alumni back in the building. We're going to go to levels that we haven't gone in a very long time. Why haven't we gone in a very long time? You know, the energy, it's all about alignment of the planets. You know what I'm talking about? It's all about aligning the right planets. So it's some heavy Scorpion energy. We are paying homage to the living and the dead. But tonight is the 99th anniversary of a massacre. And we're going to unpack this thing so we could come to a conclusion. Is this the ancestors working, or is this these people working? We're gonna, you decide. You're gonna walk away. We're gonna even take a poll at the end, and we'll be able to figure out whose hand is truly behind the scenes. So what we're gonna do is open up the floor for our esteemed guests tonight. First and foremost, I want to open up the floor for my good brother, the Cosmo Physician, and then we're gonna bring SHYAMM in. So without any further ado, Cosmo Physics. Peace. Peace to the God. You good?
You can hear me?
Peace, God. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Peace, Lord.
Peace, peace. Peace to everyone in attendance. Yeah, Lord. Y'all said
Yes,
you always in the discussion in the in the previous hour or so, y'all discussed some things that provoke some serious thought here. All right. That sunspot cycle is phenomenal. The 11-year sunspot cycle. Right. Because modern science is trying to find a way to put something different other than what us astrologers has been doing for millions of years. All right. They ignore in that 11-year sunspot cycle the tug and pull that Jupiter and Saturn put on the sun that caused a wobble called the Berry factor, Bary. And that happened, that happens every 179 to 180 years. But the causes the sun to go retrograde for about a half of a degree, right? But yeah, because they say the sun never goes retrograde, but they don't factor in the Berry center factor. And that 11-year cycle is Jupiter takes 11.86 years to go around the sun. The Earth, in its triangulation going around in 1 year, removes 1 year from the 12 from approximately 1 year from that 11.86 year cycle, and they have to figure in Jupiter to that measure to get a more accurate count, instead of having to go through all of that, going so far past the lowest point to determine when the lowest point was, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there are ways mathematically do, but they are seeking intentionally to avoid anything similar to astrology. But what they're doing is astrologic. It's just solar logic, solarology. All right. You dig?
Beautiful. Let me do this though, Cosmo. Because you know we got another esteemed guest tonight. A living legend. You know I'm talking about. Part of the KTL alumni. The brother was with us. It's one of our day ones. The America Society has been doing monumental works in the realms of civics, in the realms of law, in the realms of research. And, you know, we're honored to have the God with us. You know, I'm talking about, if anybody remembers the Moors and Courts video, this is the brother who put on a demonstration. And to be honest with you, I feel that these brothers help set off what we are currently in this renaissance, you know, and what we're witnessing right now, to be honest with you, feels like blowback or pushback from what the Moors and what brothers and sisters who had knowledge of law were doing to them about 10 years ago. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm gonna open up the floor. I know that if we were on Black Wall Street and it was still standing, this brother would have been on top of his business game. You know what I'm talking about? So without any further ado, I'm opening up the floor for my brother, your brother, SHYAMM the Liberator.
Hey. Peace, brothers. Peace. What's going on, good brothers? How y'all doing, man?
I'm doing fine, man.
Honest. Appreciate y'all bringing me on.
King, what's good with you, man?
Hey, man,
it's an honor to see you here today.
Hey, man, honest for having me on. You know what I'm saying? It's been a long time. You know what I mean? So I definitely appreciate you brothers bringing me into the discussion. It's definitely a lot of different things going on in this situation that, you know, warrants this type of discussion. So, again, honest for having me on, good brothers.
Honest, always ours. Facts. Well, you know, historically, the roundtable discussions that we had on Note Alleged Radio back in the Blog Talk days, those were some of the, in hindsight, when I revisit the archives, those were some extremely powerful presentations and demonstrations. And they were brothers and sisters who came together who on certain shows that I've never heard together after that. And I know with the situation that we're going through around the world, the best thing that we're going to do is bring different voices, different energies, and different powers together, because there's some things that need to be solved tonight, right? So a lot of the brothers and sisters are on curfew. They chilling right now. They're trying to find some answers. They can't even go outside and shake a leg. And we're going to give them some of that tonight. I want both of you brothers to briefly just introduce yourself, because you're being introduced to a new audience. So I want you to briefly introduce yourself and let the family know what it is that you do out here in these in the streets out here.
Indeed, absolutely.
So you first, and RAHKU, I'm gonna let you touch on it.
Well, you know, many may know me as SHYAMM the Liberator. You know, I'm also Mansa. You know, I co-founded Murakush Society, co-founded Murakush Caliphate of America, several different entities and stuff like that addresses, provides solutions to, you know, our community, basically on a real practical and basic level. What we and myself decided to do was focus in on, okay, so we're dealing with a system of what we call white supremacy, correct? So because we're dealing with something that's systemic, that means there has to be a logical, systemic approach to solving it. It's almost like when you got a wire that's tangled up, you know, you have to take your time untangling it. You know, you can't just rip it apart because it's not going to untangle. In fact, you'll make the knot's even worse if you try to rush to untangle it and rip it apart. So, you know, what we've done was two things mainly. We focused on creating somewhat of a museum and a library, and to create literature that addresses the identity issue that our people face. You know, we have many people believe that there's a one size fit all solution, but there's not. Okay. There is a multiplicity of things that have to be solved, and there are different ways of solving each problem. One of the main problems in the area of unity is the fact of identity, right? So what we tried to do, or what we attempted to do, was bring a situation to where as people can understand our identity in a global perspective from a historic perspective, which will allow us to untangle some of the issues that stop us from unifying when it comes around an identity. Because it's not popular to talk about. I know a lot of people have their opinions of morals and different things like that, but the issue of identity is at the root and center of the problem. So we've went and created a situation with Muruka Society, which is a historical society, to give all the relevant data that will go a long way in solving that problem in relation to history and law. And the other thing we did was make our own indigenous Islamic government. I know how some people may feel about Islam, but whether we get into that tonight is something is up for you guys to decide. But the fact is, we created our own government. You know, I may sound far out to a lot of people, you know, because our people think at a certain level where they need permission to do certain things. But the fact is, we created it so that it could be a life raft in the chaotic waters, so that our people could get to a point where we can do our own thing, which I think is also partially a major part of the solution to a lot of these problems that we're facing. So with that, I digress and hand the floor to Brother Cosmo for him to introduce himself to the audience.
Indeed, brother.
That was lovely, man. First, let me say this, because I ain't never had a chance to say it before. The last time you and I were on a show together was with Abundance Child, SHYAMM. And I wanted to say that I didn't get the opportunity, man. Yo, you blew me away with your example. With your example, you know, that was definitely, I gotta admit, it was definitely an inspirational moment for me to see you in court do that, right? And believe me, capture my interest was first and foremost, right? But I actually go into court now with the very same attitude. I walk out every time. So when you got brothers out there talking about they don't believe, they don't have the heart, it takes some heart, you know? And all I had to see it was once, and you was the once I needed to see. My name is RASHID, AHKU. Right, my brand is Cosmo Physics, so thus Cosmo, you know, and that's what people have been calling me. I don't have a problem with that, but my name is.
I'll get it right next time, my brother.
Yeah,
I appreciate the honors and acknowledgments.
Yeah, man, you have no clue. Like I downloaded all your shit so my son can watch it. Now, do I need to go any further? You dig what I'm saying? My son will watch you in court. Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate that, good brother.
Yeah. All right. Now, I've been trying to teach people the knowledge of themselves from the approach of cosmophysics, from the approach of astrology, because, you know, all of our teachers, they all one and the same, we're universal on one point, if no other. That is, as above, so below, from the very earliest writings and formations of history to now, you know. And I've been trying to show people that it's been talked about all along, you know, but every single person has their own personal destiny to live down here. And that destiny is illustrated by the motion and the formation of the solar system, even the goings on right before your very eyes. You see, what you see right before your very eyes are transits, are being indicated by transits in the sky above you. And this science, you know, a lot of people want to say that it was clandestine, that it should be private, that it is secret, and it was in the age of Pisces, you know, when we were a maritime people, and when religion was the systemic opiate. All right. So, but today, now people's eyes are being woke. They waking up to the true nature of self, and the true nature of one's self as an individual is related in their natal charts. This is what I'm teaching people to analyze. You know, I know, bro, people, period, that have no clue as to its indications. I'm going to give you some history right now, all right? When you compare the charts of Noble Drew Ali to the charts of Clarence 13X, they both had something in common. They both used the 7. They both had the 7th planet in conjunction with Jupiter. These two planets say the uplifting of humanity. Now, Noble Drew had it in the sign of Libra, which is law. So his approach was the upliftment of humanity through the knowledge of government, Libra. And Clarence 13X, you know, regardless of how they look at that movement, he said knowledge of self. Aries, keyword is self, like government is keyword for Libra. So we can see just in the birth charts of two predecessors how they was embodying the skies that they came forth under. And this is the case for every single human being walking on the face of this earth. So that's what I've been dealing with. And I have an academy where anyone can enroll with having fee, though. You know, it takes time, it takes energy and dedication. I take serious students only. You know, if you don't have an 8th grade math level, please don't even bother to apply. You know, really, that's what I'm doing. Peace.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, Blue. Any statements?
Oh no, let's you know, let's do what we need to do.
Indeed.
Well, I can start. You know, because I want to split this apple wide open, man.
Yeah, set it up, King.
Okay, like first of all, the transcendent sky right now puts Saturn in Aquarius, y'all, and with that motion, is suggested by the ancients that freedoms need to be restructured. You know, Saturn on a personal level and on a societal level. You know, and what it says in keyword when you translate it into English, man, it says violation or disrespect or dishonor, which is the lower vibratory frequency of Saturn, of human rights, which is Aquarius. Okay, it also says to put restraints on the people, so population control, and this is what we're seeing mostly because that's like the middle of it. You know how it manifests mundanely as opposed to a personal level where people are being shown, you know, what it's like in society to live under where your freedoms are being restricted legally, not lawfully, you know. And is astrologically the social distancing is Saturn in Aquarius. Keyword for Aquarius has been social from time immemorial. Keyword for Saturn has been separation from time immemorial. Saturn moved into Aquarius about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and since then, we've been going through all of this population disruption, which is also two keywords that come from that planetary combination. You see, the social distancing, the social control, the word rebellion and revolt and revolution is all Aquarius. So we see public, Saturn, the keyword for public. We see this now. That is how the current sky in just one aspect is describing all the circumstances. And I want to do this too, though it's kind of off. I just need to say it because nobody else did. George Zimmerman just got locked up 19 hours ago, man. He got in Atlanta.
What?
Yeah. So, you know, he had all kinds of drugs on him.
What?
4 pocket knives. What? Rewind.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. In Atlanta 19 hours ago. Now, can I go back to what I was saying? You did?
In Atlanta?
Yeah.
In Atlanta?
Huh?
With the slimes? You said that he got locked up with the slimes?
He had some benodropamine or I don't know what the fuck it was, and he had some other he has some other shit in his system.
It didn't. But
he's not in custody.
It didn't trend on Twitter.
I don't know what to say, God. I didn't get it from Twitter. You know, my wife stays on this shit harder than anybody. I got it from her. All right.
I will fly to Atlanta and get locked up tonight, my nigga. Are you serious?
I'm dead ass. Arrested 19 hours ago. Give or take an hour.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, so now when we talk about global events from an astrological perspective, man, the Earth goes through a much larger cycle and scale of measure than a human being. You know, we're using your birthday and your yearly cycle, and we're breaking that down. And according to the placement of the planets and the distances apart, we're converting that into lifetime to see what evolutionary path you're taking while you're here on this planet. All right. Now, when we do that for society, we have to think in a larger scheme, because a nation or a society will thrive for centuries where individuals only live, you know, let's say 100 years is max, right? Just yeah, okay. So now when we look at that, we have to use a cycle that is equally proportionate. So we use the eclipse cycle. And the cycle of eclipses, you know, are what we use to break down the events globally. That's one tool, because there are several, you know, there are a plethora with all the astrologers in the world, all the mathematicians who've applied their knowledge of the science to the measure of the stars. So, but this one mechanism we use is so sure. It is so powerful. And I can't either. George Zimmerman arrested on DUI. Yeah. Charges leaving the club of Atlanta. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you said he was in what's going on? Yeah.
Well, I imagine what might happen to him if he was in general population. Okay. I don't think he in general population, dog.
I just want to say this. I can't say this on YouTube. Oh my goodness. No, I don't understand if people understand what PC is on the chessboard and how important that removal off the board is. I don't think y'all know.
Oh, what are you talking about? Without nigga can get got in PC? I mean, that's
no, I'm just saying.
They put injured killers in PC, so they got all kinds everywhere in that joint. That's what you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about how important he is in the scheme of things.
Oh, because him doing similar work.
He did the ritual. He is this. He is, you know what I'm saying? He set it off.
Yeah, I would say that. I can say that. I can say that in the media wise. I can say that. Okay.
Hold on. Let me just
say Rob, cool. Remember we talked about converging timelines and the fact that, you know, every time an incident happens, it brings in a new timeline. Like today, because of Tulsa, it brings in 1921. So we have to evaluate everything, and these timelines are stacked on top of one another. 2020 resonates 2012, not only because Trayvon is identical to Ahmaud, but also because of December 21st, 2012. And December 21st, 2020 is going to be this grand conjunction that we know. If we look at the skies, this is really what the Mayans had to have been talking about, because this supports everything that they said, as opposed to what we experienced in 2012. So, you know, at some point we could talk about what December 21st, 2020 is going to bring with the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction at 0 degrees Aquarius, the culmination of that 5,000-year cycle. So somebody like him that's a piece on the board that represents this loop, this 8-year cycle. You dig what I'm saying?
Listen, man, please. Let me interject. There's no such thing as coincidence. Okay? You know, Joe Biden's running for president this year while Pluto crosses the exact place that the Uranus-Neptune conjunction occurred when he wrote the Crime Act. You understand that? Do I need to say that again? Like, each event sets a new timeline for its own exclusive, for its own entity when it becomes an entity, when it becomes an event. But that event is foreseen and foreshadowed in cycles that have been already occurring, because every event is a response of another event. It is not, no event cometh of itself, like no man is born of himself. You understand what I'm saying? That everything is a reaction right now.
Right.
Yeah, everything is a reaction to something else. You know, chain event reaction. So when we're looking at I want to go back to where I was, the cycle of events with Zimmerman getting locked up today. You know, Coinky Dinkley, he gets locked up today in a spot, you know. So you know what I'm saying? You look at all that shit, I guarantee you that there's aspects to his birth chart that he wouldn't have got locked up. You know, I mean, you know how simple that is, really. If you've had a reading before, you know how just simple that is. You see what I'm saying?
What is the coincidence?
There's no such thing coincidence. The exactness of it, circumstantially, I need his birth chart to be right and exact. But I can go into what I've already prepared. Okay?
I need his end chart. I need that chart. Let me just say something. It can't be of any coincidence on
I don't even know how he's still alive, man.
On the 99th anniversary of Black Wall Street, because remember what we're going to do tonight. We are going to present the sovereign citizens of Northwest Mexico versus the United States of America Corporation on the charges of domestic terrorism. How dare you try to shame us for being upset and being, quote unquote, angered and exploding because of a 99, you know what I'm saying? Like 99 years later, not only is there no justice and no peace. I mean, I'm talking about wait till we roll the evidence out.
Wait a minute. I understand evidence. Wait a minute. Look how calm SHYAMM is right now.
Oh,
look at you gonna do what? Wait a minute. Did I hear y'all correctly? You gonna file charges against the United States. You gonna take them to common law court or UN court? Like what? What I hear? Did I hear that right?
What I'm saying is tonight they on trial. Two things happened today.
Oh, okay, I get what
Two things happened today to show me that the ancestors, they the ones that are working. I'm never giving him credit for this. They're not smart enough. They're not wise enough. They're not cunning enough to do what I'm seeing done right now. The suburbs is burning tonight, right now. So I'm saying that on the 99th anniversary of an atrocity, the president got outed for being a pedophile by Anonymous. The whole world has his documents of the case with him and Jeff Epstein. They're surrounding the White House and they're burning it. The president is in a bunker and he declared a national state of emergency. That happened today. Then George Zimmerman, who, like Blue said, he's the capstone because Ahmaud Arbery got killed on February 25th, exactly 8 years to 2012 ritual when they set off the Boogaloo started with George Zimmerman and quote unquote Trayvon Martin. That's when the Boogaloo started. And then Dylan Roof created Dylan Roof on the white side because Zimmerman is not white. He is their ally. He's a Russian Jew. He's a Jew. He's a Spanish Jew. He's a Spaniard Jew. The same people who double-crossed the Moors or the Morisco. What happened? Dylan Roof set it off for the Europeans the day after Donald Trump announced his election, his presidency down the escalator. Dylan Roof set it off, and he started the Boogaloo for the pure white side. So what I'm saying is the ancestors are at work. And it's time to everybody talking about these secret indictments, and they thought Trump had secret indictments. No, the secret indictments is on his ass. He's part of everything, and the real secret indictments should be us unsealing these indictments that we got on these goddamn devils that are around us. That if I mean, you don't gotta be Matlock to get to solve the case. Scooby-Doo could solve this case. It's so many cases of them that we can solve. They had their hands inside of the riots. There's proof that the first riot that got set off was in Indianapolis at the AutoZone, and there's evidence, there's video evidence that the first person who threw the first rock to set off the first riot that actually tankered this whole thing into this anarchy was an undercover, right? So they're caught red-handed on that end. Like anything that you try to do, it's not working. SHYAMM, did Noble Drew Ali not say in his prophecies over 100 years ago that he's gonna have the Europeans tell on themselves?
No. He definitely made a statement like that. That the Europeans going to tell on themselves. And I just want to interject a couple of things, just to add some of the context that I'm familiar with. So when you bring up sovereign citizen, there's a few things with that. The people that you've seen storm the public state houses with their guns and things like that, those are the sovereign citizens.
Yes, they are.
The sovereign citizen movement was created by Posse Comitatus, who was a group of quote unquote white people who pretty much were racist and different things like that. So, but they're about their constitutional rights and things like that. You understand what I'm saying? So the group that's called that is actually them. And what they do in law is they make it so it's not pretty much it's not a protected class, so that it can be targeted, so they can be targeted. You see what I'm saying? And stripped of rights. So one of the things you peep that when they drop the black identity extremists is the first thing they start talking about is Moors. And then they start talking about sovereign citizens, though. That's trying to say that Moors are sovereign citizens when it's something completely different. On top of the fact that when questioned, I think it was a black woman who, African-American woman who questioned the senators and other, the FBI director in the hearings about the BIE. He said it was unofficial, wasn't supposed to get published, and it's not something that is supposed to be utilized. You see?
Hold on. And guess who wrote that? Guess who wrote the whole dossier?
Mueller.
Robert Mueller. Thank you.
Mueller's the one that put that together. So the sister, she questioned him, and he pretty much had to back down from that. But here's the thing. Here's what I want to touch on, and I don't want to go too far into too much history and stuff like that. But I think what's important to understand is context. One thing that I see missing from the entire discourse of all of these things that's taking place is what is our people going to do in terms of self-governance? Because to me, it's very effeminate. It's not masculine. It's not manly to beg, cry, and ask for people to value your life, to beg and ask the people that have been having their foot on your neck for centuries to give you something. It's not masculine. It's not manly. So when a black man gets killed, you notice that everybody else is running to get that foundation money or that nonprofit money because they're activists and they're doing this and they're doing that. And none of it has anything to do with the quote unquote black men that are suffering these particular injustices, who are the targets for this stuff. So one thing I think is, everybody was talking about cycles earlier, and larger cycles and smaller cycles. But what people got to understand is that this stuff is a 2,000-year issue, and that for some people it's like, oh, you're going back too far. But if you don't know history, because history repeats itself, if you don't know what happened, you're not going to know what's going to happen. And scientists say one thing too. They say that if you want to prove that something happened, you got to prove it's happening today. So what a lot of people what they don't understand, what our people don't understand, is that this is a battle between the Roman Christians and the Moors.
All
Period.
day.
And
All day.
specifically the Moorish Muslims. Okay. So when you see, I know somebody in the comments said the Bible and the Quran is dead, no need to bring it up. And I just want to say there's no need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because if you know what the world order system is running off of, then you know the playbooks to match up with it. And I want to say this, right? So the first targets of the Crusades, because this is really what it's all about. This is the continuation of the Crusades. The Crusade says, wherever you find the Moors, subject them to slavery, strip them of their titles and their assets, rob them, and kill them.
That's what they say.
So this today, when you see when people say, "Oh, you know, they did it because he was a black man," this is because he's following the orders of a 2,000-year-old promulgation that says that this is what you're supposed to do on site. So they created something called the Curse of Ham, right? And said that Ham was cursed with black skin. Everybody knows this is a fraud, but this is the systemic piece that they're running off of to justify in law what they're doing. The way I can prove that is if you check out a case called Johnson versus McIntosh, right? A case called Johnson versus McIntosh, Supreme Court case in the 1950s, right? In this particular case, the Native Americans were suing the United States and said that y'all have jurisdiction on this land based on the fact that we made treaties with y'all. The United States came back and said, well, no, we inherited it by the right of discovery. When people say, "Oh, Chris, they discovered America," it doesn't mean they found something that nobody was on. It's a legal term. Right. It's a law term. The doctrine of discovery, which means that any lands that were occupied without a standing army were subject to be claimed by the Christian powers of the Catholic Church. Okay, if they had a standing army, then you made war with them so you can take the property and take the land, take the assets. Okay, and so this is what actually is in place and in motion. Okay,
1 second, Cheyenne. They said specifically if you encounter these particular tribes or nations and they're not Christian nations that come under the auspices of Jesus Christ, or given a decree to accept Christ, if they refuse, then you to take them by force. You know what I'm saying? So the doctrine of discovery was the activating document that they utilized to come over here and conquer, and they're still doing it to the day, because that was the first piece of international law and it's never been rescinded. Just like Inca terror has never been.
I would like to say that I said exactly this to you, Blue, the night before last. That this goes all the way back to the Punic Wars, really.
Yeah, you absolutely did.
Yeah, I said, and I said when they're killing black men out here, it's the same thing as them giving smallpox to the indigenous, man. They not done.
Absolutely. And another thing I want to posit is the fact that this edict, this whole situation goes back that far. So what this tells you is that there's no amount of marching, there's no amount of begging, there's no amount of crying, there's no amount of tap dancing, singing. None of that stuff's going to do anything. Again, like going back to that case. So what they said was we inherited it from England, and from England, we inherited it from the popes of Rome. Okay. So whether the popes of Rome or whether Rome today wants to acknowledge that this is what they're running off or not doesn't matter, because the sovereignty, in that case, it established that the sovereignty of the United States that they're claiming is based on an inheritance of a doctrine that said that they can take from indigenous people and take from Moors, take from everybody who's a non-Christian, subject them to slavery, steal their property, kill them, take their identities. This is what they're running off of. This is the linchpin to the claim of authority. This is very vital to understand, because if you don't understand this, then you're going to be overly emotional and you're going to approach the situation emotionally.
I just want to add on that Donald Trump verified everything that you said. And while you speak, I'm going to pull up the article when they were asking him about reparations. And he said, our ancestors beat. He said, you're forgetting that our ancestors won the war So we take everything. Winner takes all. So he was like, no, stop asking me about that. We won the war. So this was verified by a modern day president who has Andrew Jackson's portrait in the Oval Office to denote that he's going to fulfill, he's edifying the ancestors. Your $20 bill that they were going to turn into Harriet Tubman. He refused to change Andrew Jackson's face because Andrew Jackson, a Jacksonian Democrat energy, that's the demon energy. That's the Trail of Tears. That's when you go through anywhere in the South. You riding through Mississippi, you riding through Alabama, Georgia, through Mississippi. What?
That's Tulsa. That's what Tulsa.
Exactly. So Andrew Jackson, the Trail of Tears creates Tulsa, Oklahoma. Black Wall Street forms because of the Trail of Tears. What'd you say?
Let me posit this real quick.
Yeah, do your thing.
Let me posit this for SHYAMM real quick. So what happens, right? And I wish we're gonna bring our brother, what's the brother name back on?
Nelson?
Nah, not my brother Nelson. What's our brother with the Logo Sapiens, man?
Oh, Buddha Clinks?
Buddha Clinks, yes. When Buddha Clinks talks about the Jesus Christ narrative, the fact that if these people are coming under the auspices of a Christian nation or Christian people, at what point do our people have to fall in line to say, this is who I am or this is who I'm not? If they fall under the auspices of the curse of Ham, then they have received that 400-year reprieval that happened last year, right? And that aligns them directly with the 400-year prophecy of being captive in this particular land. So technically, on record, right, from a biblical stance, they would say that the curse of Ham has been broken last year, which makes this the Jubilee year heading to the coronation. So they have to reinstitute this particular curse of Ham, and it's taking place now, we see through the pigs, right? But the pigs is also what they're saying that they was cooking the coronavirus in. Right? China has articles that says, look, the pigs in the bat was where the experimentation was taking place. You know? So there's a lot of evidence that leads directly back to the pig. Remember, even in the biblical terms, they put the pestilence in the pig.
Facts.
So they were feeding pigs, contaminated, grounded up pigs. Look at all of the articles now about how they are slaughtering pigs wholesale, ritualistic.
Facts. They're colored.
They have a new extermination method that they're using called ventilation. They put 3,000 pigs in a pen and they cut the oxygen off and they turn the heat up. Right? So there's wild rituals that's taking place right now with the pig, you know? So I just wanted to posit that in there to give us some reference to that curse of Ham that you're talking about.
That shit is crazy, man. This coronavirus y'all gonna see is a blood disease. Man-made or not, whatever, grafted or whatever, it attacks the blood, not the lungs, all that other bullshit. It's the blood, man.
Right. I've been saying that since December when I was talking about the 44 aspect. I seen 44 in this every single day from December until now. Every single day, the COVID-19 or coronavirus is tagged with 44 energy. I said it's all blood. Hence the fact that I was saying there will be blood.
And also, hold on, also the aspect of what we see with the coronavirus. Who brought the pandemic? Who brought viruses? Who brought quote unquote pestilence? Who brought that to the Americas? Who's known for who is a walking virus?
A European.
Right? They're the germ man. They brought the pestilence. They were the quote unquote bat eaters. They were the ones who would breathe on you and you would die. That's who we're dealing with. They are the virus. They are the corona. That's why in Rome, the patron saint of pandemics name is Saint Corona. And that was where it hit. It ravages Rome and then it comes out of the ashes as COVID-19 and it makes way into the Americas because it didn't go the other way around. It visited Rome first. And then it comes into the America as COVID-19 and wreaks havoc on the quote unquote melanated people. But it's not in Rome running through the melanated people, and then it runs through Spain, and then it runs through Portugal. I'm like, damn, it sounds like a Moorish disease, bro. But then
it sounds to me like they get ready to. It sounds to me like every 20 years, every 21 years, 20 to 21 years, they economically crash to generate these funds.
Facts.
So, it's almost as if but I don't know about this. This is just my opinion, my perception, right? So this is no science other than my own observation and rationale, right? That if somebody comes in, or the group of men who were predominant for the last 21 years, that they have come in and they have gathered and amassed all their influence. And the only way to get them to pass the scepter, or the only way to distribute that energy or that amassing, is to make that shit crash every 20 years. You see, because for what other reason would it be? All right, to recycle and revivicate the economy on a level that causes another cycle to unfold with it. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the only idea I got with that regard. But the frequency of it is the pain, is the bane of every generation. And what I mean by that is that I have seen 2 of these cycles, and it wasn't until the middle of the second cycle that I woke up. See, I was like 30-something years old when I woke the fuck up. Because the first 20 years of your life, you into the glamour in the world, and you don't really get to see. And if you blessed to have people in your cipher that are going to snatch you and say, look at this, pay attention to this, do you see that? Think about that. You know what I'm saying? You don't get that shit naturally until the mind matures. So I've seen how, like, the urbanization, what do they call that shit? Gentrification. How that cycle is like a 20-year cycle. They ravished that neighborhood with drugs, alcohol. They did it back in alcohol. They did it in the 60s. They did it in the 80s. Here's the 210s. They're doing it again. You see what I'm saying? And the bane of our generation is that the youngins ain't hearing us, man. They're not hearing us. And it's like, there's only a few. Many call few shows you want to start running scripture and shit. But, there are only a few people that actually wake up to the science of that 20-year cycle and how they've been running that fucking game on our people so fucking relentlessly. Like, it is just so. What the brother SHYAMM started to say was when are we going to take responsibility for ourselves? Look at that Saturn in fucking Aquarius, okay? That just came out of his mouth. You did? Yeah. He's speaking in transits when he said, when are y'all gonna take responsibility independently, Aquariusly, right? All of that shit. That shit's crazy. So, see, people live this shit out consciously or subconsciously. You either gonna do it consciously, or you gonna do it subconsciously, but you're gonna do it. That's a fact. Look, you gonna manifest this universe. You embody it. So go ahead.
A few years ago, we all went to the movie theater, and we were all programmed with a quote unquote character or dualistic struggle. A dualistic struggle was introduced to us. On one hand, we had a noble, right? A leader, right? But he was an intersectionalist. He was a conformitist. He would be a Barack Obama. Then on the other hand, we had an individual that was introduced to us. The first individual's name was T'Challa, right? AKA the Black Panther. Then the other individual that was introduced to us was a bastard out of Oakland, right? He had PTSD, He had daddy issues. His father wasn't there. He had mommy issues. He was in the service, like all of the quote unquote, all of the killers who did all of the cop killers in the last 5 years, all of what they call the black identity extremists. Gavin Long, say their names. Mika X, Ishmael Brinsley, right? Mika X is the 777 killer. He's the one in Dallas to kill 5 police. These are all martyr makers. They made martyrs out of what you know as victims. They turned Eric Gardner into a martyr. They turned Philando Castile, Mike Brown, and a few other people into martyrs. They gave their lives, but all of them are military, right? They were all ex-military. Mika Johnson was ex-military. If you watch the video when he was bodying shit, they killed him with a land drone. The first American citizen to get killed by a drone, a land drone, was Mika Johnson in Dallas, right? Then Gavin Long, whose name is Cosmo Setenra, right? He was a YouTube star and an author. He put a book out, and I know somebody that got it. He was military. He got by. He killed 3 police in response to what they did to Alton Sterling. He got busy in Baton Rouge, the same place that they killed Alton Sterling. Then the next one is Brother Ishmael. He went from Baltimore to New York, and he in Bed-Stuy, he said that he wanted to martyr Eric Gardner because the police was wearing shirts that said, "I can breathe." The same thing that they're doing right now, right? He came on a bus and came right on Bed-Stuy and hit 2 cops. And I'm bringing that up only to say and to remind the family that there's actually people out there that are doing, they're putting everything on the line. These are soldiers who took an oath to Uncle Sam. They said that they're oath takers. And they were like, the way that Uncle Sam taught us, that if we break the oath, we're going to die anyway. That's called, you will go to the goddamn firing squad, right? As an armed force member, if you were to commit any kind of crime against a elected official and stuff, you know, that's treason. So they basically was like, we just gonna go ahead and tap out. So when I see all of that, I'm like, yo, think about what's going on with our people in the way that they're responding to terrorism, right, in the last 10 years. If there was no pushback, they wouldn't have formed all of these new organizations to surveil, to infiltrate, right, and to instigate, because they be in the chat room. They're the ones emailing me, asking me, yo, why don't you do a lecture with this person, knowing that I don't rock with that person. They're the person that's always asking SHYAMM, yo, what about the pills? They the ones that are asking RAHKU, yo, you rock with Rich? They the ones that always running around doing what they did with Huey and them and Karanga. Doing what they did with a lot of different people. They're always in the middle, lighting fires. So we got to always stay on point and know what the hell is going on. But I'm like, people are bringing up Chris Donner.
Let me say something, God. Let me say something. You know, earlier we said about the setting fires around the White House. Man, I grew up in the nation's capital.
That's right.
Okay. I ain't got nobody I grew up with going and setting the White House on fire, man. That's all the media for. That shit is propaganda.
That's right.
Yeah. Ain't nobody setting the White House on fire. And that's all them doing that bullshit. He ain't got to be in no motherfucking bunker neither. So see, this is all publicity.
Propaganda.
Yeah. So you know, propaganda. And you know, I just gotta say, I just had to add that because you know, people from that city are from the nation's capital are different because there's a whole, you know, you ain't never been subjected to racism in Washington D.C. in your neighborhood because there ain't no white people there. And you see.
Well, now up until recently, I was
Yeah, right. To recently, but even still, there are still areas like Clay Terrace and Division Avenue Northeast, and that are commercial centers where the only time you're gonna see a white person is when they driving through. They're not stopping. They're not hanging out. They're not. So that's part of that 20-year cycle too of gentrification. But it's a lot different because when people that grew up in the capital leave and they go out, they see exactly what it is. You see what I'm saying? And their response to it is, I never had to deal with that shit. You see, it's like because at one time, like up until the '90s, I would say, you would not see. But now, since the '90s, since crack ravished the neighborhoods and the population of that urban center, then now you see re-emerging to come claim the open space, the abandoned buildings and all that shit.
And when are we going to have that conversation? When are we going to have the overall dissertation about, the chemical attacks on our neighborhood and the fact that it has eradicated so many because think about this. This is the interesting thing that hit me upside the head. And this speaks to the hypocrisy of what the quote unquote woke joke community is about. Our brother Cliff Harris goes by the name of T.I. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and explore this thing. I'm gonna go ahead and go to his page so you understand what's going on. I'm gonna share my page and we're gonna go to Tip Harris's page, because the other day this man got on and he basically green lighted somebody, right? In case the family doesn't know what green light is, that means that he put a hit on someone, right? And he was so brave and so infuriated that he put a hit out on a young man, right on Instagram. Okay, so this is uncomfortable to watch, family. I'm giving y'all the heads up. If you don't want to see an old person getting hit, don't watch World Star and don't watch this video, right? So, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna play the video, but this video is of a black man punching on European elders inside of a group home, right? And I do not condone that action one bit, right? I don't condone, even if I found out that that old person was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Even if I found out if that person, because I've been inside of, I've had Jamaican girlfriends who are RNs. A lot of Jamaicans work in a registered nurse. And they would come home and say, I was changing the diaper of this old white woman, and she told me, she grabbed the poop and wiped it on me and said that she used to kill niggas just like me when she was younger, right? So she was like, she said that she was shocked about it. And I had to remind her that the age of these old white people line up perfectly with the age of the white people who were lynching our ancestors and were responsible for, I'm gonna have to put your phone on mute for a minute, God. They were responsible for lynching our ancestors, and they were responsible for doing a lot of atrocities during Jim Crow and a lot of those things. But I'm not co-signing the abuse of anybody, any of the elders, right? But T.I. obviously was like, you know what? It's time to kill this nigga. So he greenlit this young man who was out there putting hands on white people. And then I was like, damn, that's so hypocritical, because T.I. is the same nigga with a trap museum, right? So here it is. You found it in your heart, or you so smart that you greenlit this man for beating up and terrorizing and brutalizing old people. But I would ask T.I., Nigga. And this is the nigga who he's fighting for the right to claim to be the father of trap music. My thing to T.I. is, you mean to tell me that drugs are not brutalizing, or trap houses haven't brutalized? Have you ever been in the side of a fucking trap house and see what they did to old people? Have you ever been in a crack house and seen how the fuck they beat up old women and old men? Have you ever been on a block around old crackheads, nigga? But you got a crack museum, you got a trap museum, and you got a trap house, and you a trap rapper. You the rubber band man. But you gonna green light this nigga putting hands on old people. But the whole drug game is about in all neighborhoods where there are bandos or trap houses, old people are being terrorized. Old people are being brutalized. Old people are being put under pressure. Old people are basically being knocked the fuck upside the head and robbed and stuff. So how dare you? And you didn't green light none of, because the officers got fired. So they're not even officers anymore. They're civilians. This nigga's Page, when he did all of this fuck shit, he didn't green light none of the drug. He didn't green light no officers.
Right.
He didn't. They're citizens. He didn't have the audacity to green light them though. So I'm like, you know, I had to hit him up on the thing, like, yo, how you gonna do that? And you ain't green lighting none of these. You why don't you open up the trap museum and cut a goddamn track against the officers? Or they not the citizens, the white supremacists. You know, why don't we stop? You gonna stop right there? So, and then later on, to make matters even worse, because you judge a person by who them and their wife be hanging around. Then later on, we get this.
Let y'all see him work through me. I'll be wrong if I ain't come on here and tell you better. If I ain't come on here and say, look, it's 2,000 people on here. Feel me? It's 2,000 people heard me. Y'all got to stop. Y'all got to find out what love really is. You know what I'm saying? And what really going on with y'all. Because y'all ain't down here fucking up the city of Atlanta based upon somebody losing their life. Y'all angry. Y'all mad. Y'all selfish. Y'all tearing up people's business. Icebox Indians. They not even white people. Icebox ain't did y'all shit. Y'all done been in the folks store taking that shit. Them people got a family. That shit not right. Gucci ain't did shit to y'all. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. They racist, whatever. I don't want to hear that shit. Shit to y'all. To you. They ain't did nothing to you. Lenny Small didn't do nothing to you. These police in Atlanta ain't did shit to you either. Ain't did shit to you. They ain't did nothing to you though. They don't deserve it. I always remember this. Do unto others as you want to be treated. Do unto others as you want to be treated. Figure it out. Talking about y'all going on the motherfucking right, man. Y'all fuck crazy hell, baby. You can say fuck them all. I don't give a fuck. You gotta deal with it. Let me go live with you. Oh, gotta go live with you, y'all.
So look, we're gonna get back to this in a minute, but look.
No, Red. Hello?
Yes. RAHKU, your mic is unmuted. Real quick.
Red.
Yes.
I want to let the brother, before the brother SHYAMM has to leave, I want him to talk about some tangible solutions, you know what I'm saying? Because based on everything that you've been telling us up until this very moment, you know, there's some very precarious energy taking place. And even RAHKU, you know, when he follows up, he can tell us about what the transits say for tomorrow in particular. But in the meantime, you know what I'm saying? Because you really don't have, you know, the benefit of time on your side. You know, I want to get some solutions understood for the audience. So if people have to make immediate moves, they can make them.
Let's do it.
Definitely appreciate it, brothers. But I just wanted to bring up my whole point of going into some of the past or the history stuff is what's important is I'm 36 now, and I started when I was 23 years old. I started being active, and at some point I took a turn to be behind the scenes more, so that I could be on the front lines more in areas where I felt that things wasn't being done on behalf of our people. And what I've noticed is from the people that came before me and the people that's in my generation and the people that's after, we still dealing with the same thing. You know what I mean? So if the young people are paying attention and listening, they need to understand that there's some things you need to get correct so that we don't keep repeating the situation. Because for everybody on the line right now, this is not our first time. This may be a different energy we've seen, but this is not the first time we've seen riots. This is not the first time. We inherited everything, the fallout from the 60s and the 70s. We lived through the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. So we saw more than what a lot of people that's younger than us seen. This is a big thing for them. But for us, we've seen this story before. After the protests, after the riots, after these things die down, what ends up happening is people get rocked back to sleep. People end up saying all the things that they said they would do. They end up selling out to big corporations, and when the economy gets back going good again, then they're going to get jobs again, and they're going to buy and feed into this consumerism and all these types of things. So the whole thing is don't get rocked to sleep, because the reality is after all of the smoke settles, you're still going to have the issue of what are we going to do as a people? Never move away from the perspective of you have to do things. You understand? In order to combat what is being done to you. To sit there and to keep asking for things isn't going to do anything for you. Now, one of the things that I would suggest is that we as a people have to change completely our perspective on our lifestyle. You need to look into actually going back to getting land and growing your own food. Nothing is for certain now. When the pandemic shut everything down, like whether people think it's real or fake, whether it's real or fake, whatever the cause is, most of the businesses, the small businesses that exist, is never coming back. Small businesses were the biggest employers of the citizens of this country. They employed more people than the billion-dollar mega corporations did. You see what I'm saying? Most of those jobs are never coming back. There's water shortages going on. How you going to drink? How you going to eat? You see what they showed you when the pandemic happened, or the plandemic, is they showed you that food is considered essential. Walmart, the grocery stores, those places stayed open. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to become as self-reliant as possible. You understand? That should be something that every young person, anybody of any age, should be looking into, because without that, you're still dependent on this very same system that's brutalizing you, that you are asking for something to be done about it. People are telling you to go vote. People in certain communities in this country that they don't need to vote because they handle things internally, and they have a system that they develop between each other that makes them self-sufficient regardless of whatever politician is in office. You understand what I'm saying? So, get back to basics. Get yourself, land is cheap in the South, and land is cheap even now because of the pandemic and the inability to sell property. There's so many opportunities that's emerging right now that if you get rocked to sleep by what everybody's doing around you, you're not going to be able to make the proper necessary moves for yourself to be prepared for what else is coming down the pipe. Because don't forget, this is an energy that's growing, but power sees nothing but demands. So what the people in power are going to do is try to hold on to that power. And what they're going to do is they're going to bring the hammer down even worse. That's when the drone technology come out. That's when all of these other technologies that they couldn't wait to bring out to do crowd control, to do the tracing and the tracking. I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but I'm just saying there's a response to all of these things that are going on.
RoboCop. That's when you look at
absolutely.
It justified RoboCop.
Absolutely. When I was looking at I was at somebody's house and they had Alexa, and I said, Alexa, what is Antifa? And they said, they pulled the article off the internet, Alexa did, and said that Antifa is a federally funded controlled opposition group.
Yep.
You understand? So the whole point is that right now there's a lot of energy going on, you know, and there's a lot of different groups that's feeding into that energy because they know what the energy means. They mean this is a time of upheaval, it's a time of change, and some people want to grab that power for themselves. If you don't have a plan, you don't have an agenda, then you're going to always be subject to somebody else's plan and agenda. So those are always the things that I'm always stressing to the people, that you know, you need to look into these things. Also, become very familiar with the Constitution. I know people say, oh, the laws don't matter and these things don't matter, but the more you know, the more you can do. You know, I saw an article that said that the average American citizen doesn't know anything about their rights, so that they don't even know how to enforce it if they even wanted to. So I'm not saying that, you know, you have faith and belief in the crumbling system, because to me, I told us the red and blue on privately that my synopsis is that either way, we're headed for a world war and we're headed for a civil war. You understand? If Trump wins, the left is not going to accept it. If somebody from the left wins, the other side is not going to accept it. You got the purges. This is the beginning phases of the concept of the necessity to purge. You know what I'm saying? Because they gave us these movies for a reason, to desensitize you to things that they want to introduce into the population. You understand what I'm saying? So my thing is that you want to, again.
The CIA has an office in Hollywood where they implement predictive programming and roll out what it is. This is all predictive programming, and this is called the revelation of the damn, what's the proper term? It's when they show their hand. But go ahead.
No, absolutely. I agree with that. And it also plays into the fact that, like what the brother Rob was saying about the timing and the energy and the cycles, they are very well aware of the energies and the cycles, and they're trying to capitalize on it as well. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is always, it is never a knock on what anybody got to say. I just know what I bring to the table. From being somebody that's been on the front lines, because, you know, it was a lot of rumors out there for years. People said I was dead. People said I was in federal prison. I've been out here the whole time, still helping brothers, still helping get brothers free from incarceration, and helping families save their homes and doing things that matter on a basic level. I never really wanted the whole fame and stuff to go along with it, because there's certain compromises that these people that you see in front of you they make to be in those positions. So you don't want to go towards things that's going to repeat the same cycle. You want to get yourself together. You want to make moves. And my best advice is, I wrote a book. I hate to do a shameless plug, but it's From Slaves to Kings. You understand? And I wrote that book to be something as a blueprint to young brothers in particular, but anybody can, you know, pick it up and learn from it, to get themselves in a position where they can then begin to reclaim their kingship and their kinghood, and develop a system for themselves, their families, and their tribe. Because what's happening now is you got to recombinate and reform the things that's going to protect yourself and protect you and your group. You can't ask politicians to do that. It's a politician's job to lie to you. It's a politician's job to make sure that they support those who employ them, those corporations that spend billions and millions of dollars on their campaigns. That's who they're indebted to. They're not indebted to you, the people. So for anybody that's telling you that voting is the solution, I'm not telling you not to vote. I'm not telling you to vote, but it's not a solution. Now, people have been voting for decades and centuries. Nothing's come from it. So I just wanted to posit that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because those are just some basic things that I think people should take away from all of the craziness and the madness going on. Don't forget to plan for you, yourself, and your family, and make some solid moves. You know what I mean? Because if you don't, you're going to always be somebody who's subjected to whatever's coming next. If this is a power grab and a power change, our people are still going to be at the bottom of that power change if they don't seize the opportunity to capitalize off that energy the brothers is talking about, that's in cycle and this in this season. You understand what I'm saying? So I just want to definitely, you know, I hope we can do this more. You know what I'm saying? I definitely want to thank the brothers for inviting me on and having me on. They definitely my day ones. I owe you brothers a lot of respect and credit for definitely bringing me being the first to have that perspective in our eye to see that it has something of value to say to our people, and it's always a pleasure. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, inshallah, we could do this again. I'm always available for you brothers if you need me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to catch the rest of the show tomorrow. But I want to salute y'all. I love what y'all have done with the platform. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have grown tremendously, and y'all a real staple in the impact for our people. Our people will be in a very, very bad spot if it wasn't for y'all. So without further ado, I want to say honors and peace to the kings. You know what I'm saying? And I salute y'all.
Peace, God.
Peace, God. Good night.
Peace, kings.
Salute. We're going to catch up. We're going to do this again. Indeed.
I'm going to tell you some wild shit, man.
Sure.
It's a real... There were some points made that didn't even get to be addressed, man, or actually opened up, right? Like, for example, they are not just coming at us. They're coming at us from every angle.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, while you busy, you want to send your child to a conscious school, all right? They're still attacking us from, there's no one solution to deal with. You have so many things that you have to patch up, so many holes in the boat that you have to patch. You might as well just get a new boat, right?
Facts.
Yeah, there's so many holes to patch up, man. And so when we look at the fact that this is actually a continuing legacy from back in the day on Mediterranean, this is when they started whitewashing history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, there's and it gets to me because the first pope was an African man.
Yeah. Yes.
Sylvester, I think his name was. Right? But I don't remember if it was Sylvester or if it was this other guy. At any rate, if he was a black man first. So I said to myself, when did all of that shit actually convert? Because it was so gradual.
Mm-hmm.
You understand how gradual that was?
Indeed.
Starting with the Punic Wars, when the entire Mediterranean and around the continent of Africa was being circumnavigated. The whole globe was being circumnavigated by Africans and Asians.
Yeah. Hannibal.
Yeah.
Barca.
Right. Hannibal Barca. But what I'm saying is that they were traveling globally long before. The proof of that is the corn and the cocaine in Egypt.
Facts. They were traversing the globe.
Right. Okay. So now that it goes from that state, a black planet, to gradually these ports were taken over.
Well, keep in mind,
let me finish. Let me finish. These ports were taken over, and the rest of the world converted. So, okay, now my sentence is complete. All right.
The World War, I'm definitely adding on because the important war was the Punic Wars. Punic Wars 1 to 3. Those are the world wars of those days. The result of those wars are going to determine who rises in power or who stays in power, by Rome ultimately winning and defeating Hannibal, Barca,
Carthage.
In Carthage, the Carthaginians, they were able to shift the power in the Iberian Peninsula or the Mediterranean. And when we say Roman, people are going to think Europeans and whatnot. But
yeah, I know.
They tend to overlook, like what you said, the
Etruscans. Yeah, and the Etruscans and all that.
Exactly, the Etruscans and the Black Roman popes. The fact that Saint Maurice is the patron saint of the quote-unquote Germanies or the Germans. Adolf Hitler was flying his quote-unquote banner in war because he is a saint. And it goes back to what I was saying about the power of the martyrs. if your saints are activated, they are going to work for you. For all of the people that play these video games and you're into fantasy and whatnot, you know the power of a saint, or you know the power of having a quote unquote a spirit clear the path or clear the way from you. That's what ultimately a victim becomes a martyr, and then that martyr could get into sainthood. It turns into a saint, and then those saints actually work for you. They're the ones who put in work. They move shit for you. They remove things and they move things, and they're mystical. So they got saints in the hood. You know what I mean? Like when somebody slid for the homie and then put his name on a wall and spray paint and spill blood for him and then tatted his shit on their skin, that man could be summoned when shit gets rough. When you know, down the line, when you need somebody a guardian angel or somebody to work or look over you while you're on the highway riding dirty, you call on that saint name. You call on that person because you put in work for said person. So I'm just adding on to what you were saying, that when the Carthaginians lost that war, the power shift took place, and the Romans were not all Caucasians. They've indulged in genetic bleaching nowadays where they can reverse their bloodline. And I use Drake as an example with his.
I mean, you know, they got the coffin lid of the I forget this last Roman emperor. He's your complexion, God.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I got it. I just forget his name, man. But anyway, Severus.
Severus. When you go into the Metropolitan Museum, into the Egyptian section, it's not the Kemetic section. Is named Egyptian, rightfully so, and they pick the Greco-Roman rulers.
Mm-hmm.
They look like Drake. They look like Drake. And when you look at Drake's son, who he had with a European, and Drake has a European mother, same thing with the Moors. That's how the Moors look with the European. His mother looks like a Ashkenazi, right? So the Moors had Spaniard mothers. That would be the Italians that came over here. If you look at some of the pictures of the original Sicilians, the first generation ones, they look like
copper tone,
super copper tone and olive complexion. You know what I'm talking about? They all them also.
That come from Hannibal Barca's men.
That's Hannibal Barca
in that region after
and that's right, and even prior to that, and then after the Dark Ages, when the quote unquote when they tried to when the Vandals and the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths began to bleach their bloodlines and whiten them out, then the Moors came back and commenced to the browning of Europe, or what they call the Dark Ages. We're in the browning of America, or what they call the Dark Ages. You brought up status, or you brought up class earlier. Back in those days, class was determined by bloodline. Class was determined by family. Class was determined by, even if you were a bastard of a Moor, you still had more class than somebody who had two white parents.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So white is a new, there's no such thing as white power. There's no such thing as white supremacy, because white is brand new along with black. It came to the how the hell could it be supremacy if it's a brand new concept? If the Italians who came to America were not even called white, the Irish didn't arrive white. They were not considered to be white. The reason why they were willing to do what they did, like you said, AHKU, was because of status. The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, or the Germanic, the tribes that were running shit here, right, which was the WASP, they allowed the Jew into highbrow society based off of the drill that the Jew did, and the fact that the Irish was willing to drill the black man or the African or the Moor. They were willing to drill us. They were willing to drill. The Italian had to come over here and get put back on game. Like, yo, you left Italy, you forgot what your purpose is? Take this heroin and give it to these niggas. going back to the drugs, going back to what the
Yeah,
kids
you know what really killed me, God, is what I was saying, man. But I don't mean to be so iterative, but there needs to be some organization. See, not necessarily see attachment to an organization. There needs to be organization, and the mindset is like and constantly being bombarded with all this other bullshit. We're only gonna reach a couple people that's gonna even express their discontent with steadfastness. If you understand what I'm saying, the average individual is they're easy to quell. Give them a fucking TV or give them a good job. You dig what I'm saying? Give them a nice lawn in their neighborhood, clean up their neighborhood for them or something, and they're easily just quelled. So I look at these demonstrations and these riots, and I look for the commonality. As an astrologer, we trying to narrow down the indicators because it's all so complex. We're trying to find an explanation that simplifies this process. And looking at putting all of these riots from the 90s, from the 60s, from now, from 50 and 60 years ago back into play, between 15 and 22 degrees is the hot spot. What I'm saying is, like, here goes a color-coded chart, right?
Yes.
This hot spot right here, this where my fingers are. So, right? That is filled in all charts. All charts are filled. It's between 15 and 22 degrees.
Okay.
So when you begin to understand that, so now all we need to do is look between those degrees for the probability or likeliness of event to unfold, because what? We look at 100 fucking charts and 98 of them occupied are cluttered with aspects between 15 and 22 degrees. That's only 7 degrees, man. You understand that? Okay. So now, then when we look at this month coming, when right now the sun is at what, the 11th degree or the 10th degree going into the 11th degree. All right. It's going to hit 15 degrees in 4 more days. It's going to stay in that zone that I'm talking about right now for the next 7 days. And then when the sun moves into Cancer, there's going to be a 12 to 22 degree, a 15 to 22 degree bandwidth in Cancer, for which we can prepare ourselves to bear witness to some high media coverage history being made again with regards to these demonstrations that's going on today. And, I only infer that because when I look at the chart for the Rodney King riots, for the April Rodney King, that was April of 1992. You see, all right, and I'm looking at April of 1967 when all that shit started, when it started culminating. Before, the snowball, before the avalanche actually started rolling, you had the vibration that causes the snow to fall, right?
Right.
Well, all that preemptory racket occurring in April of 67. So now this is just crazy because, like I said earlier, this is where I was going. We look to, as astrologers, Mars, the suns, the malefics, the sun, the moon, and Mars and Saturn and Uranus and Pluto for great upheaval, to read great upheaval in the sky, right? In these motherfucking joints, it's like repetitious all the way across. This is 6 charts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is 6 charts. Mercury takes 4 of them at the 15th degree. You see? So this here, it points Mercury now on a scale that, and with the consideration that we're taking into regarding the public and this worldly, global, or national event, right? That is me. That is media. That is communication being directed or misdirected. You see? And what's so fucking repetitious about it is that also Mars is in the 16th degree in 3 of these charts. You see? So now Mercury and Mars. Now, and I understand how the police in this country, at some level, the military, and the military are what control the educational system. You see, there's certain information that you can try to surf for that will bring a federal agent to your motherfucking door. Okay, yeah. So therefore, who's controlling the information? The government controls the educational system.
They do.
So the government controls the military. The military is responsible. Like, for example, the easiest part, and I'm saying all this for a reason. I'm building up to something. But during Desert Storm, when that fucking Ronaldo or whatever his name is, that I forget. I don't even know if it's Ronaldo. He's the guy. He's the reporter who always was getting into drama in the 80s.
Geraldo Rivera.
Yeah, Geraldo. So this motherfucker goes over to Desert Storm and makes the announcement on the news where the United States military was situated demographically, geographically, getting ready to attack Baghdad.
I remember that.
Yeah, okay. And they sent this nigga home. They said, man, pack that shit up and get the fuck out of here. Okay? So, I mean, that was just brought up to show you how they control information. Okay, so now we get this black dude is killed that sparks a riot in Minnesota. Now, that from right there, there's a chain reaction of events that unfold that, to me, is more suspect than actually related to what the fuck everybody is out here demonstrating about. In other words, that shit spread to other cities that it didn't even concern because I believe of agent provocateur. When you think about Mercury and Mars, and you're not thinking in a modern astrological sense, then the combination of Mercury and Mars, Mars being scorpionic in this case, as well as Aryan, but primarily scorpionic, as the ruler of Scorpio. And it's undercover or subversive communication. It's spying. Okay? Okay, that's really what it is. These motherfuckers going out into communities, setting fires so that they can generate Karo, K-A-R-O. You dig? They can generate, Karo is when normally you on the subway, you going home to and fro work, a fight break out, you not getting with that shit. Police come and lock a motherfucker up, they abuse him or something, you gonna mind your business, really. But on this day, 3 niggas decide to help and jump the cop. And you hate police, so you jump the cop too. So yeah, that's Karo. Get with shit. All right? So, yeah, they had become artists with that Karo. Okay, if I set this fire here, you dig, then other people are gonna join in basically and start burning shit. So this is why I said the White House, ain't no niggas set no fires around the White House. Like if you get Google Earth, man, and look at the White House. Number one, right across the street is Lafayette Park. There's nothing to burn. a tree, some bushes, the grass, a wooden bench if they're still made out of wood. I doubt it. All right, now then to the west of the White House is a row of office buildings made out of fucking cement. How you gonna burn that shit? Like, so what the fuck is being burned around the White House? Secondly, you go to the east of the White House is the U.S. Mint. Okay? Although if you ain't fucking with the Mint, you ain't coming between the Mint and the White House. You couldn't even walk through there. So I'm just wondering. You dig? Yeah, dig it. Somebody said, Esteban Rodriguez said that, yes, DARPA created the internet for data mining military operation. They're trying to target locate the Messiah measurement to recreate the frequency. Wow, that's deep. The Messiah measurement. Whoo, I have a formula. Yeah, let me see what he said. Measurement to recreate the frequency vibration of course, the color. Whoa, okay. Go check out the messianic cycle that follows the Neros. Naros. Neuronic cycle. And you see how every 600 years, you have the re-emergence of a reformer, of a this and of a that. It just, history repeats itself every 600 years. And therefore, people are born doing the same shit, in essence. Every 600 years, yeah.
Is there any significance to the fact that all of these cities, like, they're burning the suburbs? I got a phone call today.
That shit, I believe half of that shit is insurance scam. Because when has ever that happened, and who would stand to benefit from burning the suburbs? Then I just wanted to interject that a little bit. Yeah.
Brother told me, but a brother laid it out and explained to me the demographics of Midland America, Midwest America, Minneapolis. He was like, bro, it's more interracial couples.
And Minneapolis and Minnesota.
I'm saying Portland, Seattle. He was like, it's niggas out there. He was like, them white boys is riding with niggas out there because it's more interracial couples and mixed couples in these places than you will even realize. He was like, that
is a factor.
White boy, he said them families is integrated.
Yeah, that is a factor, because I said that to my girl like 2 or 3 days ago when this shit first started off. I said, let me tell you something. The reason why this was my response. The reason why them white people out there in Minnesota is not that they trying to take advantage. The Minneapolis, St. Paul area, as far as I was told, like back in the 90s, what I know, that they were the highest concentration of mixed race couples in the country.
Wow.
Okay.
So when you have that, my son is going out there. So just suppose, I have a black woman, but just suppose I had a son by a white girl, right? He is going to love his white cousins like he loves his black cousin. And they ride together in Detroit, God. I got jumped out in Detroit back in 97 by 2 white dudes and 2 black dudes, and all 4 of them niggas was homies.
Yep.
Right.
So, and they didn't give a fuck what color I was. They was down with each other, and color had nothing to do with it. So, because of the classism that racism is a result of, you're gonna find certain places in this country where true sympathy is met. Look at generationally, man. Everybody loves hip hop, God. Everybody has always loved rhythm and blues. All them movies and everything you see them making, they're using our music, dog. You see? They always use our image. So they want to be like us. There are people out there that sympathize, is my only point.
Yo, let me do this, Ra. Without any further ado, because it's an all-star legend lineup tonight. Hey, make your phone sideways. I need your phone to go sideways. All right. Without any further ado, I'm gonna go ahead
and bring my nigga up in here.
My Harry Davis in the motherfucking building. Yeah, the legend. Boy. Yeah,
peace to the God.
The legend.
Now, it's crazy. Saturn is in Aquarius in his ascendant, right? And he comes late.
Yeah.
That's how he do it.
So you see how it just he came later in the show. Simple as that.
That's
And he
Yeah.
fact.
rolling. And he rolling.
Well, look, the guard came right on time. The Barclays is turned up. They
Damn.
cleaned out the Chanel store in Soho. Dior.
Damn.
Dior.
Damn.
They got
You
Soho
know,
lit
listen,
right now.
you know Uranus is in Taurus. So the marketplace is where the riot is going to make the biggest impact. And Venus in Gemini just happens to throw a trine. I mean, disposit that shit is in the second house of that. You know,
And to the listening audience that's about some bread and about real social programming, y'all could predict these events if y'all would only be aware of astrology. I bet you some of the signatures right now in the sky was the same ones over the city of France during the French Revolution. You heard? During the Tale of Two Cities.
man, you know what really killed me? What really killed me was Saturn in Aquarius with this incident. Aquarius is the sign of rebellion and revolt. And Saturn in Aquarius, Saturn was fucking in Aquarius 28 years ago when that shit kicked off in Ohio.
Indeed. Indeed. Here we go.
For real.
I don't mean to cut your wisdom. RAHKU, remember when we were talking about the alignment that took place, I believe it was with Pluto and Jupiter, and they were saying that the last time that alignment happened was in 94. And I remember doing a show recently and was like, yo, 94 energy is back on the planet. And this was before the sound clash with Beanie Man and Bounty Killer. Now, a week later, niggas is running out the YSL store like we was doing in 94. Let me show you Soho.
You my man. That's right.
Yeah, I promise you. That was Brooke. That was, I said 1994, my nigga. The shit ranked with the city alarm.
That's the
Hey, look, man.
That's the team.
Let me tell you something. Martin Luther King, I read today, you know, because people are running this. Martin Luther King's son posted it on his wall at Twitter. And, you know, they said that revolt is the unheard voice of the people, you see. But what has not been paid attention to was exactly what the point that SHYAMM made before he left. When this shit is over, it's back to business. It's back, everything like nothing happened. You see?
Sure.
That's the
Yeah. You see now? You see, this is what kills me about that. All right? Because that's where the problem lies. In the non-persistent, you know, pursuit of getting that oppression off your fucking back. You have to be relentless with it. You see? And when you look back in history at what was done to get an oppressor off the back, I ain't got 10 volunteers, man. Nationwide. That wants to get with the unit responsible for taking down racism or AHKU, the United States government. Like, don't nobody want to do that?
They just want to sell crack and twerk.
You see?
my son.
Don't nobody want to do it. Don't nobody want to do what's necessary. Did you hear what the brother said? Y'all might want to think about growing your own food. Because, but look how they destroyed that with the metropolitanization of our culture after the reconstructive era when niggas ran north to cities.
They ran off the farm.
Yeah, to rent. Yeah, okay, I understand that motion of running off the farm. But they ran to rent and to work.
Yeah.
So therefore, generation after generation, there was nothing put in place to show those people how to galvanize their numbers and their workforce and to do that shit because they come to work for somebody else.
Now, and then that whole experiment has fallen apart in the span of about 90 days. Not to say that everybody is broken out of that spell, but now look at what's taking place. Because of the 5G, big cities are not even exciting anymore. Nobody wants to be in the urban metropolis. During the COVID crisis, people saw the disadvantage of being in an urban metropolis versus being in the country, versus being on your own land, versus being on your estate, versus being in the same suburbs that the quote-unquote Neanderthals left in order to come amongst us in the city to raise our rents. Because remember, it was them leaving their quote-unquote nest in the suburbs and moving into the cities that raised the cost of living, created all of this discomfort amongst people who were being pushed out of their residential areas for decades, and then they left the suburbs empty.
Do you know? Listen, God. Do you know that the Kerner Commission that was established by Johnson, appointed by Johnson in 1967, to write the report that gave the fact as to what actually caused the racial riots in the 1900s? They said lack of opportunity for black people, the incarceration rate, the oppression, the lynching, all of that shit. And all of the solutions that report submitted, they did the exact opposite of.
Of course, the same thing with the Moynihan report, right? I just want to share something with you, Raku. They said that the St. John Church, the church for the presidents, that's what's burning across the street from the White House. They lit the church on fire.
Okay, I see.
So there was a story of a dude who took the goddamn hand from, what was it, St. Louis and Louisville. They ran up on a statue and chopped the hand off of St. Louis. This hoarding over Louisville, because Louisville is named after St. Louis.
Yeah.
So the actual statue was defaced and they ran with the hand. And my whole thing is, if they're gonna do any riots, and if you say that the Antifa is your ally, or if any European or somebody claims allyship, because that's the new word, well, the allies know where Christopher Columbus statue is. The allies know where the plantations are. The allies know where the landmarks are. So, truthfully, truth be told, the only job of an ally is to take down the monuments or their landmarks. That's what an ally should be doing. Other than that, I don't think they need allies to break into Target or CVS and all of that dumb shit, because that right there is the police. That's COINTELPRO and everything.
I mean, before we wind it up for the night, I want the brother RAHKU to give us some insight. He has some measurements for tomorrow that I think the family needs to know about, especially with the way that events are lining up. Even what we see tonight, there's going to be some major energy tomorrow people need to be mindful of. And if you prepare for it, if you know about it, you can prepare for it and take advantage of it and not be so emotional and get, caught up in that tsunami.
All right, give me a second to pull that chart up, man, because I didn't know you was going to go there, right? Okay, 11, 12. So I got to move this.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, what about the Pike statue? Right? Yeah, what about it? What about it?
They started pulling statues down as a matter of demonstration like a couple years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, they started with Charlottesville, and once they did it, they did 2 statues, and they received a cease and desist order by the Daughters of the American Revolution, or whatever the quote-unquote, because the Daughters of the American Revolution were responsible for the placement of the Confederate statues all around America. The minute the Charlottesville, remember, Charlottesville was about them stopping the pulling down of their monuments, because their monuments are their power source. The monuments are placed around on top of energy grids, on top of ley lines, and on top of burial grounds. These are bronze statues. So they cut that quick and then distracted us with something else. And then the quote unquote the cry or the rally to bring down the statues stopped. It stopped.
Really? Like that? You just opened my mind up to something that I had no clue about, right? They've been yanking statues down in places where they and that right there, like at the end of regimes, because the statues like actually have a spell on the effect on the psychology of the people. Same thing in ancient Egypt, why they defaced the noses of the pharaohs years after, because they know people galvanized behind that shit.
Saddam Hussein's statue came right down.
Yeah, that shit came straight
and then
down.
Iraq went into turmoil. Right? If that statue in Brazil of Jesus was to ever fall, then whatever spell did Bolsonaro and the Portuguese have over those powerful, mighty, spiritual, magical Africans, it will begin to go away, right? Because if they took down Sam Houston's statue on the way to Dallas on that fucking highway, that shit is an ice. So that shit stands about 100 feet tall in front of a prison museum with an electric chair in the goddamn. They got a display of an electric chair inside of the prison museum. It's similar to the Black Museum on Black Mirror. It's right on the highway, right?
Okay, so, I got the chart up. Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, these things, the flag, the statues, all that. This is why they use icons in the cathedrals and all that bullshit. Part of the reason why the demonstration of the monotheistic religion to remove that administration, that type of mesmerization from the minds of the simple people. You know, I can't for the life of me get how everything that happens here and on this plane of events is just so reflected here. I got the chart up for that I was discussing with Blue earlier. And let me let y'all know how I arrived to it, because it's a progression. And we take the eclipse chart for the beginning of this cycle, and we progress it. 1 day, 1 month equals 1 year here. So we just make sure that the moon in this chart moves with the natural speed of the sun. And the chart that results from that is called a minor progression. So we are looking today with the moon at 11 degrees of Gemini, because that's where the sun is at. So we take that eclipse chart and fast forward the moon to Gemini, where the sun is. And the other day, just as this demonstration broke, Uranus was coming over the ascendant. Uranus is the planet of rebellion. Okay, it is the planet of uprising and of revolt. And then I didn't look at the chart again until the other day when Blue called, and he said, "Yo, I want you to look and see what the next day is gonna be." I'm like, "Man, this shit ain't gonna be all that exciting to me, you know." He said, "Nah, man, look at the chart like you don't know what's going on." So I did look at it, and as the announcement or the update was made online, and it was given, you know, it was dropped that the gas station was on fire. You had Mars coming down over the descendant. And I did this chart for Washington, D.C. All right. And so then when they flashed the trucks on the news, Jupiter was coming down over the descendant in this progress chart, right? So we moved the moon through the course of the day, 1 minute of arc per 1 minute of arc that the natural sun is moving. And a series of planets fall down over the descendant. And what has fallen in just the last 3 hours is what I was talking to Blue about yesterday. You see? Mm-hmm. And Mercury, the Sun, Saturn, and Pluto have come down over the descendant not even 3 degrees ago. All right. So that's going to be an indication for the next energy that's coming tomorrow. Since the chart concurs with what the fuck is going on, those planets give indication of something going on. And Mercury deals with media. It deals with communication. Okay.
Mhm.
It also deals with the passage of documents, and in the sign of Capricorn, it's an order, a written order, you see, or protocol, rules, a reading of the rules, so to speak, can be gleaned from that. And with the Sun in Capricorn, this gives it an administrative feel. Coming down from the office of the POTUS, really, is what we're talking about. And with Saturn and Pluto coming down, we can see tomorrow they're going to start trying to actually apply more restriction and lock people up, taking people in. There'll probably be vehicles present for locking folks up en masse. Like, you know, they're going to bring a whole line, a whole convoy of trucks. Or something Saturn, Pluto, in Capricorn. And, you know, that's a pretty powerful note to pay attention to, because this is the year, this is the cycle that began with the conjunction of Saturn, Pluto. So Saturn, Pluto in this eclipse chart is referencing all of that energy that flows from that conjunction. So things that flow, I mean, that conjunction give indication to are going to be manifesting. Severity of punishment, or the severity of loss. When we think Pluto and Saturn together, we also think insurance. You see, that is life insurance. You see what I'm saying? Oh, wow. See, so they already putting loads of people on city buses handcuffed. And because that's what somebody just said. I think AA just said that, right? Larry Davis Gun Club, or that's somebody. Yeah, okay. So they since they already doing that, I said that to Blue when I said Jupiter is gonna come down. When Jupiter comes down, it's gonna be the mobility aspect of their plan.
Yes, you did.
So now they put motherfuckers on buses, and then they load them. They're going to cite these people. There's no real way to prosecute, but the sign of the prosecutor is Capricorn. And in that progress, Capricorn comes down. So we also discussed how while the sun is running through Gemini, which is the sign of speaking, which is the sign of being heard, you know, people are going to, and it trines the energy that was going on, it tries the sign of Aquarius, basically, okay, and Venus in Aquarius. So the people see the idea of demonstrating and protesting as something that's going to make any change. It's not going to change any policy. So that has to run its course. And while the sun is in Gemini, usually, typically, looking at all of the riots, right? It cools in Gemini. And when it gets in Cancer, it fucking explodes. So because of the dog days of summer, right? So but this occasion, right, we have a stellium in the sign of Capricorn. Capricorn is also the sign of the landlords, as well as being the sign of corporation and the sign of the administrators, okay, and the rule makers. So and as well as teachers and blah blah blah. But you, for the sake of government, we're talking about administration. Those are the hierarchy, right? The administrator, the president, and the executive, or the police, and all that come under the executive branch, right? So this summer, when the sun moves in Cancer, people are like, yo, is this still going to point to more riots? Well, if people are provoked by these agent provocateurs, but I think it's going to be quelled within a few weeks. Not even, this whole thing shouldn't even last for a whole 3 weeks, okay? And then when the sun goes into Cancer, the sign of domesticity, all the people who didn't pay rent, who didn't pay their rent because they weren't working, who didn't pay bills because they weren't working during this quarantine, are going to be faced with with the upheaval of their domestic situation.
The referral rents.
Yeah, you know, people got stimulus checks to go pay their fucking rent and was at Walmart buying 36-inch flat screen.
That shit adding up. They think that they think they got excused. No, nigga, you got to pay 3 months rent like your ass was just moving in.
Right.
Let me bring the legend AA back in though. Hold on.
Peace.
Peace to God.
Yo, I think we the only people with a rational sense of understanding what's going on, because if you try to explain this through politics and through the lens of your blackness, you never understand that you are a Marxist and that you're a social nationalist by the fact that you speak English and you live in the Western world. The only way to understand this is through the cosmic filter and lens of how we see cosmology and how we see the world unfold. Man has no power over nothing. He is a vehicle and a vessel for celestial import. Yeah, he's also open. Man is also open for magical and spiritual possession. So all of these maladies, internal, external, familial, individual, all of these maladies can be reconstructed to our understanding by spiritual systems. And we can use our spiritual systems to give us what we need the most, which is the mental health to deal with the next day and the day after. You heard? Because, you could be healthy as hell. You heard? If you ain't got the mental health and the wherewithal to deal with pressure, this type of pressure, then I don't know what to say for you. You're going to be keep looking for answers in politics, and politics is not and will never be in favor of the people. It's a title to speak about the blind following and the herd mentality of humans. You know what I'm saying? So, the same thing make people laugh, make people cry. It's crackers sitting up laughing at niggas getting killed, laughing, thinking it's a joke, But at the end of the day, the only thing that can solve a black problem is food. You heard? That man died because of the cracker said a forged check. This poverty is the issue. All of our issues and everything that we do, wherever you find us, if you find us in depravity, if you find us in greatness, all of our issues all pertain to poverty. Even the greatest amongst us who became billionaires, they running away from something that they fear. They fear being hungry, bro. You heard? You feel me? For real. So, this is cosmic, and then this is timely as well. This is on time and in time.
And that comment was so Uranus and Taurus, it was disgusting.
Yeah,
all he said was Uranus and Taurus, Uranus and Taurus, Uranus and Taurus, Uranus and Taurus. Because the way I see it, that's all that is required is that we eat and have food, clothing, and shelter.
Right.
Okay, I get that. So, but the eating is not enough, man. When people had bought into this grand illusion called the American dream, man. You dig? Like, okay, I was trying to say earlier how everybody ran to the cities and urbanized. And just 50 years ago, 20% of the farmers here in this country were more of Moorish descent, or melanated origin. And now we are less than 1%.
Yeah.
So the fact that we all want to be city niggas, let me finish. The fact that we all want to be city niggas as opposed to country niggas was what is what they use to control the American period. When through the banking system. Yeah, they pit the city boy against the country boy. So they did the same thing across the board. Europeans, they did it to us too. And then everybody want to be a city nigga now. So what happens when a situation like this goes down? There's no place to run to. There's no place. You live in a city. You don't own any land. They bomb cities, man. They bomb cities. They drop plagues or germs infect. They do this shit in cities. You see what I'm saying? They do terrorist attacks in cities. Don't no farm get blown up in no motherfucking terrorist attack. Don't no ain't nobody dropping no atomic bomb on no motherfucking farm.
They ain't happy yet. They ain't happy yet, bro.
Right. So see, you're dropping that shit on cities, and what people don't really see is how, like, back in the 80s, I was, my people moved to DC in the 80s, early 80s, right? So then I saw people coming out of NY in droves. And I was like, why would you want to leave? Why would you want to leave? Why would you want? Now, in my older years, in my maturity, why the fuck would they want to stay, right? Like, duh, nigga, right? Why stay where you really have no independence? You living in a city, you working for somebody else, you renting from a landlord, you don't own a motherfucking thing. When that city gets fucked up, so are you.
Facts.
So, but they done made it uncool to be a fucking farmer. Niggas identify.
Hey, the new farm is
marijuana.
Look, listen, that's another component. But the new farm, majority of the 10 to 20% of the incomes nationally come from nonprofit organizations. You heard? So a lot of people who have nonprofits are recreating their business model, and they are encroaching on another. I made up a word, encroaching upon millions if they could formulate a method on how to feed people. To add to what you're saying, that farm the farm is like this. That it's a loop in the universe. Everything is quantum and holographic. That same farm that we would subsist on also exists in our physical body. That farm is your stomach. You heard? So it's back to that stomach, and the way that I have eaten ever since they fired me years ago. The white boy said that I was too aggressive or assertive and I'm too big, and they fired me. And I said, fuck that, I'm not working for nobody no more. So I said, let me start infrastructurally, because we in the age of prevention right now. We talking to black men and black women that don't want to go outside to go get killed tomorrow. We talking to people that want to get a bankroll. You heard? So, Martin Luther King said longevity ain't for everybody. We all know everybody ain't gonna make it there, bro. Everybody ain't gonna win no motherfucking marathon, but everybody gotta still run. So let's see who can run the farthest. So who could run the farthest is who can get the most gain out of this. So let's see who can help and improve the quality of people's lives like y'all is. Do you know how important we is? Do you know white folks is looking at this? They got Central Intel, NSC, and all that looking at this shit. And then, do you know what go through their mind? They looking for dissidents, and they looking for us to be telling niggas to go out there and wild out. Instead, we giving them game. You heard? I'm telling you on how to view and unskew this shit. Our job is to make the world respect us. You heard? And the only people that respect somebody is people that feed you. That's the only person that you ever respected in your life is somebody that you ate with. You heard? Fuck all that celebrity shit. I don't respect no nigga with no bunch of money who ain't never gave me nothing. But let a nigga give me a sandwich. That we family. You heard? And that's how we gotta be operating. I promise you. That's how you galvanize. Look, I'm making up words. Galvanize. That's how you galvanize.
Man, do you hear this nigga reading his own chart? Let me interrupt this motherfucker real quick. Do you hear what he just said? He said this nigga gave me something to eat, so we like family. That is so Taurus in the 4th house. You see, and that's all, and that is only Aquarius rising.
That's my signature.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, man.
Fact. But I had that experience today.
I'm out here in Los Angeles, and
The social program out here is ill. You have no idea, bro. This shit crazy, bro. You heard? It don't make no sense. And I'm really be honest with you. This is white people is fearing in the midst of the COVID that they're fearing that this this has reached the precipice. That whole thing about them secretly hating on niggas, you heard? They like this. They ready to change their paradigm. You heard? They ready to be able to now acknowledge the fact that there's some forces that run the current through their genetic construct that have incendiary forces that undermine even their reality and freedoms. Because if you look at it, have nobody on the planet have killed more white people than white people. He's his biggest enemy. You heard? He's his biggest enemy. This shit
Well,
right
only
here is a
men said
social
that
program.
shit.
You heard?
Mm-hmm.
For real. And in fact, the whole world suffers because the white people can't get along. That's the real fact. You heard? People of color suffer all over the world because crackers have not figured out developmentally how to figure out their own shit amongst themselves. They have the deepest and the most prolific and profoundest father complex. You heard? They have to over that they have a cultural dharma, collective cultural psychology of the epitome of narcissism. Everything got to be the fuck about them. You heard? Even the fact that they kill somebody, if they kill somebody, it's more important. You know how many niggas that I know, that I love, that I appreciate, that I grew up with, that got killed by black people, and nobody gave a fuck about that. That's the mind fuck for me. You heard? So now I'm 45 fucking years old in 2020. The whole world turned it up for the brother that got killed. But ain't nobody never turned up for my son and them. My man and them was grown ass men when he was 14 years old. God bless the dead. Yahya, Amir. You heard? That nigga, man, them niggas killed him, man. Grown ass men killed him. And ain't nobody give a fuck about that shit. You heard? So I'm like this. So a cracker gotta kill me with conducting business as a police officer, and now the whole world turn up. You got me in game? Never. You can't spell a game without me.
Man,
I did
you
my
got
20
you
in
got
jail.
you got
Crazy.
all kinds of backstory on this situation where Duke killed that that guy in the street, the Chinese officer. Is this really just a
That's
meme?
crazy.
That the
How they did
Chinese
that.
officer's sister was married to the officer that had his knee in dude's neck.
Right.
Okay. Then these niggas all work together at the same nightclub.
Right.
And the dude who they killed had a white girl as a girlfriend.
Right.
Okay. So
That's
what is
first
this?
degree murder.
Hold on.
That's first degree murder. Intentional murder.
And he's a porn
And
star.
a lot of niggas have set
And what?
themselves up. Look,
And he's
that's
a porn
intentional
star.
murder. And a
Yeah,
lot of people,
I heard that. I saw that one too. The
and a
dude
lot of
fucked
people
this
set
stripper
themselves
on
up. A lot of people set themselves up. You happy because it's he got charged, but third degree murder, y'all gonna get mad if they get that nigga 5 or 10 years.
But that's what he gonna get with third degree.
Yo, everybody know third
murder
degree is
It's
not
manslaughter.
everybody
third degree
thinks that.
goes down later. You heard? If the jury, people don't understand this. When this what happens,
Whatever they charge you with,
the judge charges the jury, meaning he tells the jury that y'all have to give me, if you come back with a conviction, a third degree one within the context of what we know, stand what this statute is. So you can fuck around and get convicted for third degree murder, but the jury don't time. The judge could now give you the highest point on whatever that is, where they at, and depending on the person's record. You heard? So if the pig don't got no record, Y'all set yourself up. Niggas about to be happy. That nigga fuck around and get 7 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not even that.
He
5
fuck
years.
around
That's
and get
like
less time than Bill Cosby. He would fuck around and get less time than Bill Cosby, Rob.
Yeah, and Bill wasn't even found guilty, right?
Yeah, they supposed to charge first degree murder with the element that he knew the dude. You heard?
Yeah,
Because
well, you know,
obviously knew him. He
and
was killing him with
the charge. Yeah, the charge don't do nothing but go down. Okay, whatever they charge you with, you can take a cop to a lesser offense.
They're gonna walk it down.
Like Blue said, they're gonna walk it down. The fact that they had him sitting around all of the day, they had the fixer. They brought the fixer in, and the fixer was able to help him with his story. They rolled him out to the grand jury. Whatever story he gave them will be the story.
And then they're gonna use this. They're gonna use this to make niggas forget about this. Everybody gonna be outside with their sneakers on and their outfits trying to stunt, and then they're gonna use the Nipsey trial, which have not even started yet, to make everybody forget about COVID and all this. And then in another 10
niggas done
years,
forgot about COVID already with this bullshit rioting going on.
Hold on. Yo, this is we in the Great Depression.
Yeah.
We in
Your audio.
Hey, your audio.
Yeah, hey, your motherfucking mic, nigga.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
So now the reason why everybody is talking about farming now is because y'all 8 years in advance. Because when the internet cut off, don't be surprised if you got to be on the side of the freeway selling oranges and flowers. Watch this. You heard? Where your product? Because when the internet come off, what you gonna sell? You heard? How you gonna interface? You heard? I promise you, it's gonna go back to the stomachs. So we from, you know this, red and blue. We from ghetto telepathy time period. We always gonna eat as long as they making paper. You heard? Even when there's digital, we still gonna eat. But what we gonna do when the internet cut off? You heard? How we gonna eat? Huh? Because that's gonna happen, and it's gonna happen again in our children's lifetime. You heard? I promise you.
Yeah,
So
well, you know
these
something
are
that is profound. You don't even understand how profound that is. Wait. Let me say something, man. Because AA is encyclopedic. He can write an encyclopedia in a conversation. All right? And it's all educational. But it'll be forever. It'll be for fucking ever, right? The 9/11, the coming down of the World Trade Center is in the charts of everybody born in the second half of 1965.
Oh.
So when you say that the internet is going to be closed down in the life of our children, I fucking promise you. Let me show you some astrological. The children that are born right now got Saturn in Aquarius. Saturn in Aquarius is limitation access to internet, is being ruled over or being administered by machines. Okay? Yeah. So my generation saw Dick Tracy
right
with the fucking watch talking to his agent, you know, his partner in on the force, right?
Yeah.
That the very first time we saw a face on a television that was related to a telephone was on the cover of the phone book in 1972.
Right.
They put that little face, the history of the phone book, and then their prediction was that people would be talking on TV to each other. In other words, it's internet. Right. Okay. So these youngers that are coming in as of this year, as of 2020, as of Saturn's ingress into Aquarius, they will, when they grow older, every 7 years, what that factor, that Saturn and Aquarius factor represent, as far as what the internet is concerned, is going to affect them generationally. This is how the fuck we make picture. So the fact that you even said that was like so in accord with the metaphysical method I use to look at time.
Measure
It's
time.
crazy. It's crazy. Okay, I'm done.
And we right in the roaring 20s, so everybody don't got no excuse not to get no money right now. It's what you do with your money right now. You heard? So I told niggas years ago, I said, yo, the Pilgrims is giving our land in Northern California for nothing. They giving niggas land, big land, for 10 bands. How many niggas you know with $10,000 right now, with $1,000? How do you know 10 niggas with $1,000? If you do, y'all could become millionaires in 1 or 2 years if you was a motherfucker, if you could camp, if you know how to camp and you know how to plant seeds. How niggas be trying to plant seeds on the internet.
I know how to do all that
all
shit.
this fat mouthing. Look, right, I know we could do this. We could get it popping. I'm just saying in general that I grew up with dudes that the police was sending you to jail for a little bit of reefer in your pocket. Now the crackers is getting big money. You got DEA agents that's retiring early to become consultants to big marijuana firms to show them how to operate within the context. And now everybody's saying weed is healing and all that. That's a fact. You heard? And it's so many lanes for us. Why niggas ain't got no hemp infused sea moss, nigga? Why niggas ain't running around selling sticks of THC butter? Why we ain't got our version of CBD and all that? Pain is pain for everybody. You feel me? So we got dopamine receptors for a reason. So I'm like, we concentrating on the wrong shit. The positive shit to concentrate on is that bankroll. We need some money, because in the absence of money, anything weak turns into something wicked. I wouldn't give a fuck who you think you is. You ain't shit without no money. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. You heard? Now you got cultural currency, and that's what we've been doing and trying to make people honor for years, red and blue. You heard? Cultural currency. We've been showing people how to transform cultural currency into their greatest dream. So the dream ain't American. The dream is you. You heard? Protagonist. Everybody listening. You the hero of every story. Every time I say the word legend, I'm talking about you. The best part of you.
And there go your sound again, Josh. Stop that, man, because that's your thumb all on the mic and shit.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm talking on this fly ass what's that shit? What's this? The iPad Pro with all these speakers and shit. My bad.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Look,
You done got him a new toy. That old look. I call AA when Saturn first entered Aquarius because he the first thing crossed my mind. When Saturn hit Aquarius, I said, damn, Saturn all up in my boy grill right now. I better call this nigga. You know? Let me call him. Because don't nobody know what the fuck I'm doing. They don't know. They don't do this shit. I'm the only one doing it. So ain't nobody looking out to see what the fuck is happening. So I call him and say, yo, nigga, you all right? I'm not going to get
I was like, hell no.
I'm not even going to get into too much
hell no.
Listen, I'm not even going to get into too much detail. Right? Yeah. But that motherfucking Saturn in Aquarius, I just told him what it meant. And, you know, and how I could
he told me fix your computer. He said, go fix the computer. Look, son, I was like this. I said, fuck that. I'm gonna buy the new iPad. That's how I fix this shit. And then that's what's fun that shit. Look, on the computer, then Whoopi came out. Whoopi came out.
He said the shit that I was saying had already happened. He's like, yeah, what you saying had already happened. I said, well, what about your computer breaking? There should be some technology broken or something. Black and silver, whatever the fuck. And he was like, man, word over my silver computer's broken. Right? Well, all of that shit is to show you what it's time for, really. So you got the new iPad. That's, you know, there you go. All you creative too. Yeah, man. Look, God, y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up in here.
Right. Okay? What is that, a Palm Pilot?
Like
this right here is an iPad, nigga. Okay,
like a TurboGrafx.
Look,
Yo,
the
Red
program is
ain't
open
shit.
is
Blue.
GarageBand. I'm right. I'm making me a beat. But
You cooking them beats, my nigga.
yeah, man, you know, the program is in, but you know, he gonna show we is doing things with this media. We
That
can
shit
really
look
make
like
some bad noise too.
that look like the controller that nigga Ox had in belly.
I remember that scene too. Oh, y'all want to rum? Y'all want to
Yo,
rum?
hold on.
He started all coming in.
Wait, man,
Yo,
we turn this whole house off. Hold up.
Yeah. Yo.
You all right with me?
yeah, yo. So look, no, speaking on that, you know I got a Capricorn wisdom body, right?
Yeah.
So she's on security hard as a motherfucker right now. I feel like I live on the Star Trek Enterprise. All right. Because I don't even have to get up to go see what my kids are doing anymore.
Got the cameras.
You got that, Skippy. I just go straight to this program on my laptop, click on that motherfucker, and I'm in the kids' room.
That's fire. I seen that shit in Target the other day. I was like,
Hey, listen, man, please. You don't have time. Listen, I got three children.
Yeah.
And children are all bullies. They are all vicious bullies. Okay.
Fact.
So all that, oh, he's so sweet. And there's no human being worse than a child. You know, they need to be refined because we are savages by nature in the beginning, right? We don't have no problem, no consideration. We don't have no judgment, no nothing. We do it just like it is. The eldest child, 7 years old, be fathering everybody when I ain't around. So when they start crying, I don't have time to get up off my old ass and run in there. By the time I get there, I done made so much noise getting there that I don't know who the culprit is or nothing. With this with this motherfucking camera, I just go to the kids' room. And I look and I see and I let them carry the fuck on until I get there. Cause now I got background. I got all my motherfucking facts straight when I walk in. Yeah, man.
Right.
And look, you know, kids are the most resilient people on the face of this earth. Blue was like, yo, I paid $2,000 to see that shit. I'm gonna come to your house. Hold on. I'm gonna come to your house. He said, man, I know you didn't talk to your kids like that. I was like, man, he's like, they running scared from you. No, they was running from me, but not scared. You see? My kids are used to my loud mouth. That's one thing, but they're not afraid. Like I'll yell at my son, and that nigga will look at me like I'm speaking to him gently, like you said, because he's just so used to me being loud with him. And let me tell you, both of my sons are Aquarius rising. AA.
That's right.
You was a bad little motherfucker, man, and I would not charge any of my friends to babysit my kids. Okay, yeah, because we couldn't be friends. We couldn't be friends after that. You think? This is gonna be. You're not gonna be my friend if I leave my son with you for an hour and I come back and he's well behaved. I'm not gonna believe that you didn't do something drastic to this thing. Okay.
Look, y'all got Netflix. All of us got Netflix, right?
Yeah. We all got Netflix.
So my daughter told me the other day, she said to watch this show called The Midnight Gospel, right? On Netflix. And it's an animated version of a podcast. So the white folks done took a podcast that animated the verbiage, right? So the baby, she 11, she said, I want you to watch the last episode. It hits different. That's what she said in the text. It hits different. So I said, oh shit, she's getting the nuances, you heard, of the, the slang of whatever's contemporary to the culture. So I go and I look at Midnight Gospel to segue into what you were saying about, humans, and it's about mortality, and it's animated, and this dude is interviewing his mother and asking his mother, how was it for having me? How was it and she describes the birthing process. And she also spoke about this. She said that humans, when you become an adult, you oftentimes get the things that you want, but you reject them because the precedence for that starts in childhood. When a baby is crying for the breast, and if the woman don't bring the titty to the baby fast enough, the baby will bite that titty when it gets there. You heard? And be like this. What the fuck took you so long? Like this. So you got me fucked up if you think that I don't know that humans was all born already knowing a full components of their what you call it. They got their primacy. You heard? They are primal people. Humans are primal, and it go back to food. That's the only way you can make a connection to them. And you got to bring up their shit on time. You heard? On
Yeah,
time.
my son.
You know what? That's vicious. My daughter ain't even 18 months yet, right? And the other day, I'm sitting there eating me some Triscuits, right? And she's in the crib, so she holds out her hand and does like this to me, like, give me some, basically, right? And I acknowledged her. I said, I got you, but I was doing something. So I finished doing what I wanted to do. Then I handed it to her, and as soon as she got it in her hand, she threw it at me. So to confirm what you said, fuck yeah.
Right.
Like, yeah, I don't want that shit now. You made me wait. All this, so they can fucking take your kid.
Yo, my son is he's 2 months on the 2nd.
Legend.
When I see my wife, I'll be like, hey, remember me? Nice to know you. Because I witnessed my son come into this world and take over a human being body.
Right.
So yeah, you watch your seed out, right?
That's not my body. That's not me no more. I told him, I said, you belong to the streets. Well, his streets.
You watch your son come out.
Yeah, I watched him come out, of course.
Okay, I need to ask you. Did you see him take his first breath?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so his complexion changed drastically when he got that oxygen, right?
Yes, so he went from
bomb
pale to pasty.
That is the time that I need as an astrologer.
I know.
All that bullshit about what a motherfucker got on his birth certificate, because after that, the doctor, if your son started breathing like my son, he stuck his head out and he was fucking purple. Purple, like he was lavender. He had no red in him. Okay. Then, and when I expressed the fear that he was not breathing, I said, oh shit, he not breathing. And the thought that he could be born dead right there consumed me. But as soon as I felt it in my gut, like moving down like warm syrup, right? He opened his eyes and coughed. And that's when his skin changed and he took on the complexion, the pinkish complexion that he had from his first day here, right? So when I saw that, like I was like, yeah, that oxidation. Now let you understand something. He was not fully separated from his mother when he took his first breath. All I could see was his head between her legs. So it took him another 15 minutes to get out. So if he was born in a hospital, they would have said he was born at 9:40.
When they could hold him.
Right. As opposed to 9:25 when he looked at me and coughed. And I didn't, I gave birth to my seeds in the house. So there's no silver nitrate on their eyes. My son looked at me from the moment he started breathing, and that nigga looks at me with that same exact expression to this day. Like I will never forget that shit. Yeah, that shit is amazing.
I just want to interject to the family that's out there, all 500 of y'all. Make sure y'all take care.
You lit, man.
Make sure y'all take care.
Yeah, that's right.
Make sure we take care of the guests tonight that are in the building. We flew these speakers in from Wakanda. They came from a long place.
My man.
You know why I need his medicine? AA need his medicine. I want AA to have an all gold grill. I want all of them teeth to be gold.
Shut your ass up. I hate you.
Send these niggas they
Well, I got a few dollars now. Watch. I'm gonna stun on you now.
Yeah, we get blue pill, a motherfucking Wi-Fi router tomorrow.
Yeah,
Blue pill
that's why I don't see this nigga. That's why this nigga's not here. You my man. There you go. He got it.
Blue pill is on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. That's my man.
I'm
look like he in the crib from Belly. He in the crib from Belly.
I inboxed Bill Gates on Twitter.
Good.
I told Bill Gates, I said, we'll get off your neck, Bill Gates, if you give blue pills some Wi-Fi, man. We gonna let up off you, Bill Gates. We gonna let off the investigation, Gates. Yo, Billy.
Hey, listen, man. Listen. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to like observe exactly how the news would jump off of one story right on to the next, okay? Like, because for real, like, you know, now that I'm older, you know, I'm in my fucking 50s now, right? I'm looking at how shit happens. I want to elaborate on all of it. But the astrological measure that I use requires that I look at situations that I match and compare. I can't get it all overnight, right? So, but what happened was I was doing the charts on Aubrey, on Ahmaud Aubrey.
Aubrey, yes.
Yeah, looking at the charts of his killers along with his chart and progressing everybody's chart to the motion of the day where the killing went on and all of that, right? Like, it is just so astounding how astrologically they mathematically match up. You know, the dude who was on the truck, the father, who was the Ku Klux Klanman, who was the ex-cop, he has the moon in Aries. Right? Okay. And it is at a perfect aspect to Ahmad's station. Like, I mean, I can't even go through it memory-wise right now, right? I'd have to find it in my notebook to go through all of it. But the matches are just like crazy. Like, astrologically, they all look related. I think I was looking at a family of charts. Okay. Now, what goes on is I put my mind on that incident because I wanted to show how by synastry, even though there's no justifying what happened between Ahmaud and them crackers on that day, but how the universe shows how it facilitated itself and brought it to manifestation. I really am of the mind that all this shit we see in the world are souls that come down here and say, look, I want to go down there. I want to die in a fire. Right. Right. So I don't really want to live my whole life. I just want to know what fire like is. What fire is like, God. So this infant is born, and 2 days later it dies in a fire. But this infant has to come and die in a fire through a course of action and a chain of events to make it all one smooth continuum, right? So you understand what that means, right? So no matter what, it's like a motherfucker said, you know, I'm gonna wait until the Kali Yuga to be born, and then I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna let y'all gotta meet me down there. Y'all gotta slaughter me. I'm gonna run by the truck. I'm gonna go up on some property and look at some. Y'all gotta kill me, man, so that we can make a statement to humanity of how we supposed to evolve to our higher spiritual. You know, that's really my ideal. That's how I look at that shit ideally. I'm like, you know, we are all avatars of the creator. Murderer, you know, no matter what you are, a speck of dust, a fucking lizard, a cracker, a black man, a this, a that, you know, all of that is God manifesting to me, right? So at the end of the day, I wonder how is it that's the greatest mystery that nobody has the answer to. How is it that all of this shit even matters to any extent? And mama,
Hey, everybody lucky to be around RAHKU. I promise you. You heard?
Back.
Him,
man, you make me
and
feel so
Oba,
privileged when you talk that shit, man.
Oba. Nah, you tripping.
I am a normal dude.
That's a fucking lie.
different.
You be lying. That's a lie. You ain't normal. You a G. I promise you on another level. Yo, Red, am I lying? When we was little, if that was our big homie, we would have been on to the next one.
Oh man.
Man, we had to go through so much shit. We was
We've
sitting
been
up
in the
making
upper
up
room.
shit, trying to formulate all type of shit. We knew it was some shit like this existed. We just ain't had a language for it. I promise you.
We really didn't, but we did everything in our powers to find this shit right here.
And
hey, look, God, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I watched y'all before I met y'all.
Bro, before what you offer is the most valuable thing that humans can offer. It's prevention from harm. If you could tell somebody, don't go when you get to the corner of Gates and Nostrand, don't make a left, nigga, make a right. If you go to the left, you gonna
people still don't listen, man. People still don't listen.
Yeah,
That be
but
the
for
big
those
lesson.
of us that did, for those of us that did,
yeah, for those of y'all that do, all of y'all got connections with my birth chart, even though you're born years remotely. Like this shit was already written too. But really, my thing, let me show you where my pleasure is, where my passion is. And this is some petty shit. The average individual sees this and wants to gold mine this shit. They wanna turn it into $1 million. But where I get my biggest joy is killing a motherfucker's paradigm.
All burn. That's crazy.
You heard me? I will burn a nigga's paradigm down to the ground. Whatever you thought reality was about. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Whatever you thought reality was, I'm gonna add a whole nother layer to that motherfucker. And that's what motivates me with this science right here. Is that because for years, what you just expressed, when I was 14, 15, 16 years old, I was stubbornly of the mind that this shit can be used to predict the life of people.
Oh.
But there were no books, and there are still no books out there that put it together all in one place for your ass. You gotta study CEO Carter. You gotta study shit that don't even got to do with astrology, astronomy, and Fibonacci sequence and unfoldment, and all kinds of shit like that, and then experiment with it before you can find something solid. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from the institutionalized version of what they give you astrologically, because that's the thing that started a nigga on his journey. You understand what I'm saying? Like that 12 signs, or the Hindu astrology or Vedic astrology. I'm not trying to discredit that or say that it wasn't in no place. I'm just trying to say that my personal experience with it. I wanted to find my own little system that would simplify it for me. You understand? Because it was complex. You come into the field of astrology with an open mind, so you're reading everything from everywhere, and you find contradiction. The only way to really learn it after a year or two with no coach, right? The only way to really learn it is to apply it, to go to interview people. So I was in DuPont Circle in DC, just sitting down with a fucking piece of cardboard folded in half, saying astrological readings. Then I was working for the Psychic Network. So it's just, this here, the people showed me, really, how it works. Because people just will speak their opinion. Like at the beginning of the show, Red Perry was talking about the lack of compassion. That is Saturn in Pisces.
Oh.
See, I don't see, he doesn't have Saturn in Pisces. I do, right where his ascendant is. So he would wait until this show to remind me of my birth chart with his own sentiment. But because his ascendant sits on my Saturn in Pisces, that was indication of what energy, where his energy comes from. You see where I'm coming from? And that little mention that he made, I know that came directly from his ascending degree. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you really get that, but
Well, I'm gonna share this with you. When that teaching got dropped on me about evil being the absence of compassion, you know, it just stuck. Like the shit really, it made a light bulb go off, and I was like, that kind of makes sense, because when I witnessed evil, it was, you know, evil and compassion couldn't really stay in the same room together. You know, it was the loss of compassion that brought about that evil. Even when we were younger, we were torturing, like, you know, we were young, we were teenagers, and like they would be on the block torturing animals and shit. But
yeah, I remember that as a little kid.
You know, but it was, you know, we began to, we lost compassion for that animal before we tortured it. You know,
Yeah, there was no compassion, right?
there
The
was
fact that you would even make that a case is astrologically coherent with your ascendant, because you a Pisces rising, 10 degrees.
don't blow me up.
And therefore, I'm just saying, I ain't gonna blow you out. I ain't gonna blow your spot out. I'm gonna just say that, you know, that changes with region.
Nah, I know.
Yeah. So, but at any rate, the desire to see and administer, to even pay attention to the concept of the construct of compassion. And as Scorpio, the sign of compassion is in the place of love. So if you get compassion from a Scorpio, that is an act of love.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
That's right.
You
You get compassion from a Scorpio, that is a cold act of love.
you a legend if you got that. Straight like
I
that.
swear.
Whatever you got, put it in a museum, because you good.
Yo, you my son. Exactly.
But
Remember
look,
that.
what you were talking about
Put
earlier
that shit in the
in terms
Louvre,
of
motherfucker.
you
Yeah.
talking about,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah. Because
you
that
was
shit
talking
is
about
rare,
food
goddamn
earlier.
it. Yeah. Fuck you,
In the
me.
process of feeding people and being able to touch their stomach, you know what I'm saying? That transference of compassion and what you receive from it, it's a love exchange, you know? So
You know what's
today I had
crazy? You know what? Fucking, let me interject this astrology real quick. Hey, the Aquarius rising came in here talking about food while the planet of food is in Aquarius. Okay,
I'm
I'm
fat.
done. I'm done. Okay, Blue, go back, Lord. What was you saying?
earlier today I got to feed an entire neighborhood with boxes of food, and we was able to knock on everybody's door and really explain ourselves to them, and the reciprocation just they wanted us to come in their home and talk to them, and, you know what I'm saying? Like, so being able to bond with them, now that we've been able to feed them, on the next visit we could talk about if they have pre-existing conditions
Talk
and
up,
actually
Blue.
start looking. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you better at that moment, at this moment.
I was saying that with the food today, I was able to deliver food, and that had gained me access to people's homes. They wanted us to come inside of their homes, and we had an opportunity to build with them. And now we can go back and build with them about pre-existing conditions and how we can use food as medicine, and just interacting and interfacing with them, because then we have the opportunity to start patrolling those neighborhoods and really killing two birds with one stone, because situations that the things taking place this weekend, it's forcing us to come up with, you know, answers and solutions just through observation. And food is primary at this particular point. Because even with the people expressing themselves, they're cutting themselves off from that relationship with that person that has been responsible for feeding them. You know?
Yeah, I think
So
that's a powerful. That was a powerful experience. I think that shit is powerful. See, people invite you into their home.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's powerful, Joe. You did. You know that. I mean, at one time that was the norm. You couldn't walk up into somebody on property without them inviting you to eat something or to drink something with them. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, this was
Hey, hey,
a culture in the Middle East and in Africa and Asia and the Americas before the advent of this Caucasian.
hey,
Okay.
hey.
Yo,
When we came to Atlanta, right? Was it for Freaknik in the 90s? When we got
yeah.
down here, what's the first thing they did? They invited us in the fucking crib to eat. Remember that?
Word is bond. What that was not Freaknik 9-6 or 9-7.
96.
Word up. And
Lit.
we went to the players' ball. Niggas was out there with alligators on leashes. You heard? Huh?
Facts.
Huh? 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 That shit was crazy.
Did they have muzzles
We,
on the alligators too?
Nah,
we
these is little
stunning.
ones. These is little ones.
Oh, okay.
This is little one. We was out there and it was so many. That was like one of the best parties I ever been to in my life. It was what's his name? The DJ that liked the sneakers. What's that nigga name? Clark Kent. You heard? That and the Kid Capri party was crazy. Kid Capri the best DJ in the world. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That shit was crazy. For real. Niggas was bodying them too. Like this without a riot. Ain't nobody died. Niggas was that shit was crazy. Yo. Ooh. Oh man. Yo, you could cut reality with a butter knife back in the day. Now this shit is fake. Everybody accessing reality based on the digital shit through other people's experiences and shit.
Vicariously. Living
Yeah,
vicariously through the internet.
for real. And
Yeah,
they making
right.
winners. They making winners feel bad too, because they selling the losing story. They sell the losing story. That's why the pills, not the red and the blue pills, but all them Xannies and all that shit. Them niggas is popping pills, getting high, doing all that stupid shit because they want to be not alive. The niggas is and fuck Antifa. The niggas is being anti life. Niggas, that's the culture now. You gotta be like this. I don't even want to be alive. You heard? Like this. And it's the social pressure. And make you be like this. I don't even want to exist. It's too hard out here.
Mm.
You heard?
Yeah. I mean, that's what you see. It's a death culture.
Mad
Yeah,
death
it's
culture.
that nihilism. It's the nihilism. Don't nobody want to be alive. You heard? Nobody want to be because it's too much of a responsibility. Don't nobody want the pain of living. But hey, let me tell you something. You know why I brought out that shirt?
Which one?
Air Peterson. Air Peterson. You
Mm-hmm.
heard? With Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a deep intellectual. So what he white? He from Canada, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson is a beast. He said, you know what?
Mm.
Y'all need to stop fucking with antidepressant medication. He said, you know what you need to address? Your life is corny. Your life is depressing. You need to do more work and improve the quality of your life. Stop going to antidepressants. You heard?
That makes sense.
Antidepressants. Yeah, antidepressants is not going to improve the quality of your life. You
No,
have to add this
when
to
you
your
get
life.
off that antidepressant, your shit crash.
Word is bomb. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you be wanting to sing yourself up. And why you think all of the culture, all of the shit in the songs, the little niggas want to go to jail to get lit. They want to die to get lit. I'm like this. And then why you think the child of civilization is the white boy. So he loved that little boy music. White boys kill me out here in LA with that shit. They be looking at you pulling up in their whips playing Young Melly this and Young this and little that, little this, little that, young this, young that, thinking you impressing me. Or you helping me in some way, or we got a connection. You crazy motherfucker. You crazy. Y'all niggas is crazy. Yo, hey, low key, I cannot listen to no gangster rap when shit like this happen. I'll be listening to Frankie Beverly and Maze. I'm listening to Infume and all that, and Tume and all that shit. That old
Too many,
hip
nigga.
hop. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be listening to Sheila E. and motherfucking, you know what I mean, shit like that. I can't listen to no gangster rap with no nigga talking about he about to kill somebody. He about to take my bitch. He about to kill me, take my money that I ain't got, and take my broad, kill her pussy.
With a gun that he ain't got.
I'm gone. Get the fuck out of here. I can't stand these niggas, man. Yo.
He gonna do all that with a gun that he ain't got.
Come on with that.
He gonna take the money with the gun he got.
All that hyper-aggression, all that hyper-aggression borders on eroticism. Why you want to dominate a nigga so much? You done took everything from a nigga now. That's what your raps is about. The greatest, all these the little niggas, whoever's the greatest little nigga, you go look on the billboard, and he got a song about unintegral shit that'll get him killed. So it's celebrated. You heard? So who is listening to the music? Cause I fuck with niggas that's getting money off of music that they ain't gotta do that. None of them niggas ain't never did no little nigga beats and none of that, and they get money. So who is paying for this shit? It's white folks and little kids in the middle of America, 13, 14. The children, as Lord Jamar instructed me years ago, shout out to Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar said, why you think that littles and babies is the most important music? It's because the children of civilization love that music. And we not the children of civilization. We the fathers of it. You heard? So the child of civilization, he liked that little music. You heard? He liked that little shit, talking that shit. Because when you a little kid, you selfish as a motherfucker. You have no... See, when we was little, we was listening to grown men tell us one for all. You heard? All for one. You heard? We was listening to JBs. We was listening to Rakim, Eric B. You remember that? When it wasn't about the rapper, it was about the DJ, nigga. Before you said Rakim, you have to say Eric B. It wasn't Rakim and Eric B. It was Eric B and Rakim.
Because the DJ started the whole shit.
Yeah.
And MC, the MC was introduced by the DJ, and the MC worked for the DJ.
Like Alarm Justice. All messiahs always have a DJ. Moses had a DJ. It was his brother Aaron. You heard? You feel me?
Yeah, I get that.
You understand? Guru is lit because of Premier. You heard? Right. It's the producer. You heard? Anybody can rap. It's the producer. It's the drum player. It's the man who can make the drum. Let's go back to African culture. Whoever can make the drum. Do you know where the beats for the drum come from? It come from back to them statues. Bronze. The beat and the syncopation for rhythm comes from the bronze maker. The beat for music comes from the man hammering the bronze. Because Dog Star Hip Hop, African spirituality, it deals with bronze making, jewelry making. That's why you can wear a gold chain in jail if you can hold it down. You heard? Because that shit is dangerous to have a gold chain in jail. They're going to kill you for it. But because of law, which is rooted in spirituality, gold pieces and jewelry is emblems of spirituality. So we used to forge metals with beats. If you listen to somebody beating a metal into submission, he has to do it with a syncopation along with the heat signature of how long the heat or how high the heat is.
Right.
That's where your
Yeah.
beats come from. The manufacturer of sorcery tools. You heard? So your beat
Right.
per minute. You go to Africa where they forge talismans or the metal used for the circumcision. You heard, in those cultures where they perform circumcisions on the males, you have to have a fresh piece of metal forged by a priest who is that his job is more important. He's like the mayor of his community. He's the governor.
Right.
It's the music man is the governor, the priesthood, the man who does the shamanism. That's the leaders of your community. Not no motherfucker sitting up with a suit on in the office with a bunch of paperwork and a bunch of welfare receipts on how he gonna allocate your bread and all that old stupid ass shit. Get the fuck out of here. Ancestors in control. You heard? So all them statues, all ley lines and all that, anything in copper that's forged in copper goes into the spirit realm. Copper
Hey, let me add
transfers
something
heat
to
with
that. Let me add
signature.
something to that. Yeah, who
Yes,
made
sir.
that? Somebody introduced that in this conversation. That shit was so right and exact.
I
that
did.
When I was 15 years old, I went to Malcolm X Park in Washington D.C., which is on the meridian of this city. And
Right.
if you're in Malcolm X Park, there's terraces, and the upper terrace is where the statue. I think there's Ulysses S. Grant. I don't know, but anyway, there's a statue at that park that faces due south, and I saw a white boy up there when I was 15 years old with a compass.
Ah.
15 years old. I was born 1965. So you know I'm talking about 1980. Really, it was 1981 before I turned 16. But anyway, he was walking back and forth. And I'm thinking he had some kind of metal detector. You know, I'm ignorant. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? What you looking for? And he said, I am looking for the magnetic field in this park. And he found it about 2 feet from the statue and right in front of it, to the left over a little, like 2 feet. And the compass started spinning around. There's no north, no south, no nothing.
Yo, let me show y'all something real quick. And this is indicative of the power of today.
That's what run this planet. Magnetic fields run the entire planet. That's the root of religion. Magnetic fields.
That's fact. Look,
That's
family.
how-
Hold on real quick. This is Alabama, y'all. So that's the Confederate statue,
secret
right?
is that there's nothing in the south. There's nothing in the north. They tell a Mason that there's nothing in the north, and they create the northeast. The only thing that's created is half. You heard? The eastern light is mixed with the darkness. There's nothing in the north. That's a magnetic field thing. They learned that from Africans.
So I'm just showing y'all that during the
Oh, say that again. Hey, I need to hear that again. What'd you say? There's no magnetic field in the north.
Freemasons, when Freemasons have a adage and a term that they say that there's nothing in the north. And if you go to a Freemasonic lodge and you go see who sits in the north, nothing sits in the north. You heard? So when they build in the northeast, they building with light and darkness. You heard? That's an old magnetic field trick that they learned from Kim, where the way that you build is to the northeast so that the corridor receives the celestial wind. And the celestial wind is how God enters the temple. You heard? So
that's crazy, but I'm going to tell
where the
you something else.
cornerstone goes.
Let me add to that. Let me add something
And
to
when
the
you go to
origin
Grand
of that
Central
idea.
Station, that's a lodge. and the celestial canopy is a blue sky. And look to the north. There's nothing. There's no station in the north.
Okay, you know why? Because anywhere on this hemisphere, you have to look to the south to see the sun at high noon. Nothing is in the north because if you look to the north, you ain't gonna see no sun. That's crazy. Yeah. But now, if we were in Brazil or Australia, it would be the opposite. So the foundation of that Masonic doctrine, it comes off of the northern hemisphere.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the greatest trick that Masonry played on Masons is that Masonry, the everlasting Queens, the God. He the one taught me the most about Masonry ever in my life. And it was in the penitentiary. I seen him and the Puerto Rican God, Just God, make the crackers fold with Freemasonic signs and all that. Because that's the shit that that we gave to them to civilize the devil. The sword of Freemasonry is under their neck. You heard? So we gave them the court system to protect Islam. I promise you, we be giving crackers too much credit. Only 1% of Freemasons in the whole world even know what Masonry is about, bro. They don't. They don't even know what it's about. It's all Islamic, paradigms mixed with linguistic shit that Albert Pike ain't understand. Albert Pike is the one that took the degree work from 25 degrees to 32. All that 33 degrees is the spinal cord is bullshit. That's Civil War shit that he did. He was a runaway Confederate soldier that had a regiment of American Indian soldiers. He was a Harvard dropout that was studying language and religion. You heard? So the shit, he said a lot of deep shit, morals and dogma, but it goes over the head of niggas that don't have no symbol literacy. So who's the warrior on the block? I could ask niggas this until I die, and then come back again, and niggas will never know. Who is the warrior on the block? You heard? They don't know what that is. You heard? They never read Morals and Dogma. They say that everything is spooky with the white man. Get your mysticism. Nigga, the ancestors knew after the 18th dynasty with the Egyptians that Africans was going to go through duress and that they was going to forget shit. So they start writing everything down, bro. You heard? They wrote everything down. You heard? So why you think that today we got to go to the crackers? We got to go to the French. We got to go to the Germans. We got to go everywhere else to go get little small mysteries that we should already know. You heard?
Do you know that Albert Churchwood in his book, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, talked about some notes that were taken from Lewis and Clark, I believe, or Lewis and Stevenson. Whoever it was that toured Africa and surveyed Africa, explored Africa for the Europeans, right? Now, yeah. So when he said that from their memoirs, they would go to certain places in Africa, and they were throwing Masonic signs that they thought originated in the Masonic lodge that had been among the tribesmen in Africa.
Shout out to the Haitians. Shout out to all the Haitians. Sac passe. Majority of all the symbols in Freemasonry come from Lafayette, and Lafayette experienced with Haitian voodoo after the Haitians wiped them the fuck up. You heard? So you see the square and compass is a fucking veve. That it been a veve. You heard? They got
I'm gonna tell you about this. The square and the compass is the foundations of astronomy and the study of creation. Basically, the number 4 plus 5 being spirit, married to matter, and manifesting life. That circle is how we measure the heavens, and the squares, the 4 cardinal points that compose the ascendant, the descendant, the midheaven, and the IC, or the 4 culminational points in the Egyptian stellar mythos, man.
My big homie.
That's right. That shit goes all the way back Yeah, I try to tell somebody that circle and that compass and that square ain't nothing but the astrologer's tool. That they're showing you that that humanity, the man, is where heaven and earth meet.
Right. Correct. And then I put in my Kabbalistic interpretation of the square compass and letter G might be one of the most significant books ever written by somebody with the skin tone ever in this modern era that I wrote in the penitentiary. I told niggas that Freemasonry ain't nothing but Kabbalah. And Kabbalah ain't nothing but little vestiges, the garbage left after the Renaissance that white folks were trying to figure out. They was trying to figure out some shit, you heard? And then now, if you want to understand Kabbalah, I tell people this in a very weird way. If you want to understand Kabbalah, watch a movie. Watch 2 movies. The Devil's Rejects by Rob Zombie and watch Inception. The Devil's Rejects is about 3 crazy motherfuckers going to free the mother. They go into the last realm of the 4 worlds to free the mother from bondage. The police got her in the precinct. The Devil's Rejects is killing everything in their way. To her husband and both of her kids is coming to free her from the bondage of darkness. And that's a cosmology that the physical world is bound within the shards of glass, like in Superman. I remember my daddy took me to see Superman 3 when they had, was it 2 or 3?
2 is when they had General Zod.
When they had Zod, they had General Zod, they had the female, and then they had the dummy nigga. Right?
I always remember
that. They was caught. They was caught red inside of a shard of glass.
It was like this.
Of a quartz crystal, right? They was frozen. And that's Kabbalah. That the physical world we are, if you go back to Isaac Luria from Zafed, Israel, he was, the book is called Physicians of the Soul, Healers of the Cosmos. His mother was a Sephardic Jew. So all that Judaism that Madonna does, it come from Africans. It come back home. It all come back home. It's free the mother from the darkness. You heard? That surrounds us, and she's inside of this vessel that's broken. So now the Zohar, a black man, a Moor, when he died, they was trying to find out who's this writer of the Zohar. His wife said, "Oh my God, this man, he wrote this shit. He don't have no old manuscripts. He made this all out of his mind." So now Jews in front of us, their most significant book after the Talmud and the Tanya is the Zohar. The Zohar has Arabic and Castilian Spanish in it and nuances from Moors, maritime Moors. Only Moors knew how to keep a silkworm from China to America to back home to Africa. And they put that in the Zohar. They put the nuance in there. We the only people that knew how to do that. You heard? When the Jews took Operation Flying Carpet and took the Africans from Ethiopia and brought them to Israel to validate that shit, right? What did they do? They put them all on planes like jumps. You heard? Ain't no seats on them bitches. Just get on the plane. But the people was like, we not leaving unless we take our manuscripts. They thought it was Torahs rolled up. It was Zohars. You heard? So Ethiopian Jews got a Castilian Spanish, what you call it, Moorish document with Arabic in it, infused with their geese, whatever, over there. So come on. Come on, son. All this shit is mystical. You heard? And it's rooted al-Islam, the Muslim. He makes Zohar prayer because Zohar equals 120. That's the degrees of fucking the sun right directly over your head. That's the prayer you make without no words. You heard?
When the sun is on the 9th cusp every day, That's
Right.
that's 120 degrees from due east.
Can,
Right.
can I add on?
Come on. So Kabbalah is Sufism. You know this, Red. We used to be with the Africans. You
That's
ain't never
right.
I don't know. I can't speak for you. I ain't never
Man,
felt
but you
that
gotta
spiritual in my
while you
life.
doing that,
You
you
heard?
gotta also
Around the
understand, God,
Senegalese,
that
doing
all that shit
Ramadan,
is old as
doing all
fuck.
them zikkers.
Yes, hold on. I just want to add
I
on
can't
to
hear
it.
you, Red. I can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
I can hear you, God. Can you hear me? Cause I can hear you, Red, and I can hear
No, I can hear
AA.
you, Red. No, I can hear you, Rod. I can't hear Red.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
So I want to add on to what y'all saying about the Father, the Son, and how our people are not fully, we've been indoctrinated to worship the Father, right? Through religion. And they made the Father, of course, a human being. And for most people who watch Charleston Heston and the Ten Commandments, they've been duped to think God is a man. Or they've been duped to think the
No,
Father.
look, let me show you. Kabbalah is four things create God. Yahweh is four things. Yad He, Vow He. You follow the same blueprint. So
Fire,
my
earth,
teacher
and water.
Zoriel, my teacher Zoriel from Belize, he said that God is Father, Mother, Son, Daughter. Father, Mother, Son, Daughter. And that's the four worlds. Absolute, Braya. That's where abracadabra come from. Mommy, Yetzirah is the thoughts, and then Asia is the physical world. That's where Asia come from. The word Asia means the physical world. However, what's the nickname for the fourth world? It's Naima. It's Na'ama. It means pleasantry. So the fourth world is pleasantry. So when you see in the Bible, they have characters who have, there's four characters. You heard? And one of the characters that's important to Freemasonry is Tubal Cain. His sister name is Naama. She's the world under him. Tubal Cain is the artificer of bronze. Back to the statues. Freemasonry, back to West African spirituality, smelting bronze. We the first people to do them. Ashanti bronze shit. Nobody could get the heat up to 5,000 degrees. You heard? Can't fuck with us. White boys can't make a fire. The movie, my mama, God bless her, took me to see a movie called Quest for Fire.
Oh my
And
God.
she was like,
With
this.
Hannah,
My
what's
mama
the
took
name?
me
Hannah?
to see the movie. You
Is
heard?
that the one with Hannah? With that white bitch? What was her name? Hannah. She was in all the white movies.
And wasn't that
No,
Cheech
this
and
before
Chong
that.
daughter?
This is with Ray Dong Chong.
Yeah, that
This
was
is
Oh,
Cheech
Cheech
and
and
when they was
Chong
Chong
doing,
daughter.
remember this? Remember
They
Planet
was
of the
cave
Cave?
people.
That's when he
They
wanted to
was
cut.
cave people.
He'd be like,
Yeah,
ooh,
yeah. They ain't
Planet
had
of
no
the Cave.
words in that movie. They was grunting. Crackers like the whole movie. And you know what my
They
mother told
synced
me?
all
My
that.
mother said,
They forgot
my
to
mother
resync
said when
that.
my mother said when white folks was doing this, your people was making pyramids. That never left my mind. And my mom's took me to see the Black Stallion. My mother told me that this movie about a white boy on a black horse was about the transatlantic slave trade and how we save white people. You heard? God bless her. I promise you. So we all in the symbol literacy. You heard? It's four worlds. You need four things to make God. God, it take more than two. It's 2 times 2. You heard? Huh? Who taught you that 2 plus 2 and 2 times 2 equal 4? Your grandfather.
Grandfather.
You heard?
Max.
Come on. So it's 4 things is God. 4 things is God. It's not one thing. You heard? So Zoriel, my teacher from Belize, he said is father, mother, son, daughter. You heard? Like that. So when you see the linear descent model, it's this. Linear descent for manifestation. You saying that, yo, I want $1 million. The first thing you got to do is say that. You heard? The second thing you got to do is go get the ingredients. That's Briar. That's the second world. The third thing you got to do is cook it. You heard? Shout out to my son, Aaron Cook, stove god. You heard? You got to cook it. Put it on the stove. And then the fourth thing is the outcome. You heard? So you know the four worlds. If you live in a four-story building and there's 8 apartments on every floor, each floor has a different temperament. You heard? The top floor, if you get on the elevator by mistake and get off on the wrong floor, you could tell. The first thing that'll tell you is the smell, because they cooking different up there. You heard? It's different tenants up there. You could tell. You get over. Oh, get back on the elevator. I knew something was up. You heard? This ain't my floor. You feel me? It's so that's how the world functions. So in Inception, they showed you that the real world that heals you is in the black man's mind. They use Yusef. The Arab, the dark-skinned Indian, was the one that they did the elongated dream to heal the white man's psychology. It's in your father's mind. This is why I keep pushing this line. You can't ain't nobody intelligence on the planet more important than the black male psychology. Everybody on the planet, including motherfucking roaches, if they get intelligent, is trying to play themselves, trying to be smarter than me. Even when I'm at my most depraved point, you supposed to be most intelligent to allow me to be more intelligent than you to get my upgrade. Ain't no anybody trying to challenge black male psychology is a fucking loser. You're going down. Anybody that's around me that honor my psychology is winning. I don't do nothing but make everything around me win because I know the value of my mind. I sat in the motherfucking cell for 7 years before we went into the dorms and all that. What the fuck you think I was doing every night? Putting myself on the throne. You heard? Yo, nigga, I'm Darth Vader on the fucking Death Star. Like this. I'm the Watcher. I'm fucking Galactus. You heard? Destroying planets. Fuck Thanos. You heard? The imagination. So what I think I am is who I am. You heard? When I start believing my haters, then I become what you call it, entropy. I start inviting the forces of entropy to enter my motherfucking shit and destroy me on behest of somebody else's quantum lack. You heard? This is quantum abundance. You dig what I'm saying? For real. I'm lucky to fuck around and be on the same shit with RAHKU. You know what I mean? Stupid niggas was around RAHKU, ain't know the fuck they was around. You stupid. That ain't no mistake that we making. We not finna make that mistake. Crazy. I've been winning ever since. I promise. The Whoopi came off. He told me to get a new device. I got the new device and Whoopi came out. You crazy? Stomach full. What happened?
And ever since Whoopi came in your life, you ain't never turned back.
Come on. Whoopi is lit. She ain't going nowhere. That's my baby, silly. Yeah. You a legend. Yeah. Thank you, RAHKU.
Well, listen, fellas.
Everybody think they smart, nigga.
Listen, fellas.
Yeah, you look tired, Jack. Yeah.
I can't wait for these brothers to make this bond.
I'm about to go do some push-ups after this show. Let me tell you.
Man.
But it is coming to that point because we're going past the 4-hour mark. After that, I gotta charge the audience $10 a minute. So I don't think they got it right now. So you know, because after 4 hours, it's a paid show. Remember how Blog Talk used to do, niggas? So
they should start that shit after the first 15 minutes. These niggas lucky. Black people is the most richest people in the world. They get to have teachers. Crackers ain't got no motherfucking teachers, and they ain't got no heaven. They ain't got no heaven to go to. Everybody owe us something.
That's a
white
fact.
People, you need to turn black as fast as you can.
That's a fact. Make sure y'all
got the after party.
Make sure y'all sock it to the pockets of everybody on the show tonight, family. Make sure y'all support RAHKU in his readings and all of the magic that he does. I promise you.
I can be in contact with you, RAHKU.
My big homie.
Yeah. This is a panel of 4 scorpions. This is all scorpion power. If you need any one of us to guard you and guide you through the quote-unquote underworld as you are looking for the light, Holler at us. Blue Pill have you, and he's in Atlanta, but he's worldwide. Health and wellness. RAHKU.
That's the big homie.
Yeah,
Blue got us lit.
He's gonna give you the GPS. He's gonna give you the GPS to your life. AA is gonna give you that cloth, that upgrade.
Shout out to Obot too. Shout out
Yes.
to Obot. That's
Shout out to Obot.
An advocate.
Yeah.
With an amazing book.
Yeah, you know what you're gonna get from me. You're gonna get that upgrade. You're gonna get that cloth. So
that's a fact.
Make sure y'all show your appreciation, because in this new world that we live in, we have the quote unquote, we're being valued. It's being a restructuring of the value system. Those who are in the back of the line have been moved up into the front. We are now appreciated. So we caught up to ourselves, because what we were attempting to do was to catch up to ourselves in this quote unquote marathon or this race, because we've already been here, y'all. RAHKU, AA, Blue, Red. We remember a time when we were at these quote unquote peaks or this apex, and we are returning to that. So everything is centrifugal. The cycle is always going to spin. Nobody is never out of time. You're always on your way. So we are here now. And on the 99th anniversary of Black Wall Street, the next 365 days, we're going to honor the quote unquote memory of those industrious and illustrious Moors who are still with us, who still they work through our DNA. Yes. For those of us who are willing and have the audacity to be great in the face of all of this weakness, in the face of all of this moistness, in the face of all of this mediocrity that people have become so comfortable in the pig pen that they are in. And we're saying, nah, my nigga, we the clean glass. We gonna come through with this clean glass energy and do it. So honor and SHYAMM Liberator. I can't forget the legend, because he
shout out to SHYAMM. SHYAMM is a legend.
Hey, look, you think I was fronting that brother, man?
Thank you for introducing me to him, Red and Blue. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I saw SHYAMM on YouTube years ago. That shit moved me to my core.
Facts.
Yo, I had the homies. I had my man batting them. Bat, Red and Blue.
Yeah,
batting them is in the street.
Yeah, free the homie.
Love SHYAMM. For real.
Free. They was watching the videos,
my son 20 years, and he's standing on this. Yo, Bat is good. Bat on his square. Bat is legend. You heard? Busy. Shout out to Busy, nigga. Best style. What happened? You heard?
Scorpio.
What happened?
I'm gonna go ahead and close it down, because I gotta tuck my little ones in. They've been running rampant since the beginning of this show.
How can they get in contact with you?
We love you, kid.
Listen, I love all y'all. I could be reached any day of the year between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern time. Between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at 516-881-6992. Okay? I'm doing astrological readings, and I'm enrolling people into my school. I'm teaching people
Save your life. Fuck with Rob.
Predictive astrology. Okay? It is no joke. It is no joke. Your life is mathematically syntaxable.
And that is a fact. That is a Snapple fact. Let this brother perform science and to perform alchemy, because after the reading, you will
Larry.
Yeah.
Look at
Larry.
Look at Larry. Look at Larry.
Nigga, I need one of them. I need one of them pronto, God.
I'm gonna tell you this. I only made 40s on the two-tone. This
Oh
the
my
Bronx
God.
version. This the BX version.
Yeah, I am not playing. God, don't be telling me what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want that every day.
Nah, I don't play with you. I don't play
Playboy, we
with
was
you.
born in the
I don't
Bronx.
play
Send
with
that.
you. Nah,
Look,
I don't play
look.
with you. But
Yo,
yeah, this
we
is
was born
yours.
in the
I'm
Bronx.
putting
Send
that
that.
in the thing.
Hey, you send me that
Yeah.
shirt. I'm gonna wear it
Yeah,
to Return to the Gods. And
Right.
I promise you. Watch.
August
No,
8th
I'm a suit.
this
I'm a
year in
suited and
Atlanta.
booted. Watch. I got you.
All right,
Watch.
I'm gonna wear
Larry,
it to Return to the Gods.
All
Larry.
right.
But let them know
Larry's
where
a
they can find
legend.
you.
And hey, they could find me in the whirlwind like a prophet. You feel me? Find me in the whirlwind if they not afraid. All the storms come from Africa, by the way. Every hurricane you ever had came from Africa.
Super
You know,
fast.
shout out to my son. One of my students is a PhD in weatherology, whatever the fuck that shit is. That's my son. He told me all the storms
The
in the
measurement of
world
weather.
that's catastrophic come from Africa. I
Yeah,
was
the
like, that
Western
shit
coast.
is crazy. That's
Yeah.
ever. You got me fucked up. Yeah, from the West Coast. So
Yeah,
the
from
storms
Arrow
still, and
Motion.
I all my students go watch The Exorcist. All my students go watch The Exorcist. The Exorcist is about a white girl that was possessed by a West African spirit that could speak
Mm-hmm.
multiple languages, that was fronting to the crackers like it was the devil, but it wasn't. You heard? The devil was, go back to Bobby. What if the God that you worship is really the devil? You niggas looking for light. All y'all looking for the light. The light be robbing your bum ass. You niggas is weirdos looking for the light. The darkness is where your salvation is. The darkness is where you will return. You better embrace
Right.
it and refine the darkness. Make your darkness reflect your character when you feeding black people. You heard? Make your darkness reflect your character as you feed black people, and then the creative forces in the world will protect you. It'll upgrade you. You heard? Whatever you think is bad about you, all you got to do is give to the 10% of the universe that will protect you. 10% of the universe is material. 10% of the universe is here for the human to manipulate. If you can manipulate 10%, and that's what tithes are. Tithe rhyme with 10. You heard? With Zodica. Zodica. When you have a Zodica, when you give somebody a gift. You heard? When you gift somebody something, the universe gifts you sevenfold. That's the gift of the human world. Angels ask you for change and you think it's a bum. You heard? You think that you so lit and you start judging the bum, but it was an angel asking you to give them some food. You heard? I'm not giving nobody no food. If the angel asks you on their feet, you give it to them. If the angel have gray hair, you give it to them. If somebody is laying on the fucking floor, sitting on their ass, I don't give you nothing. You the devil. You heard? You crazy. Cause me and you, I'm on my feet, you on your feet. If you on the floor, I can't give you shit. But if you niggas keep giving shit that's on the floor, it's like you pissing on top of piss. You ain't gonna get no blessing. For real.
So you mean,
You
so
heard?
so
Yeah.
when the niggas come walking through the train, give it up to the cup.
Come on. Hey, I gave you the blueprint. The
There we go.
gray-haired man always wins. The almond tree always flourishes. You
Right.
heard? You might be giving food to a stomach. God operate through people, not through no spooky forces. It's people sitting up watching Maury Povich. They sitting up watching Ricky Lake. You remember that stupid shit? Richard Bay, Ricky Lake, Maury Povich, waiting for somebody to get them some money. What's the commercials on that? If you was affected by Johnson's and Johnson's, if you was this lazy people programming,
Yeah.
you heard?
All of that beggar
We
nation.
dealing with some more other shit. We grew up with Biggie Smalls and that. Yo, word is bond.
Facts.
Blue, I tell you, nigga, we went to Mary J. Blige's birthday party with the gangsters. You heard? Well, women, females brought us into the party. We had hush puppies on, fresh, clean.
Fact.
What happened?
Yeah, I was locked
Like
up.
this.
Relax.
We was in there.
Yeah, don't rub it in.
Yeah. Oh,
I remember
son.
you was like,
For
yo,
real.
they was doing can't remember what's that song? Can you rain? Can you stand the rain? And everybody had umbrellas,
Come on.
in Madison Square Garden.
Killing,
Yeah, yeah.
killing us, man. They was parting the velvet ropes. I mean, for
Yeah.
for black male psychology, you know what I'm saying? We really had experiences that was backboards to everything that we thought about ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like we was throwing
For
our motherfucking
real.
the shit to the wind, and it was, it was landing.
Yo, I seen that notebook you
And
had with
making
them
beautiful
drawings in it.
mosaics.
You
'Cause
heard? Red. You
Oh
put
yeah.
that on. You was on.
You heard?
You found that. You found the gem. What's happening with that dark cloud with that Calvin? What happened? Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah,
Let's go.
bro,
hold
Yo,
on.
Juneteenth coming up. Yo, African Airlines. What happened?
yeah,
We
it's
got a
hard.
whole line.
And we got a whole line. You lit.
I found a Bolita.
Shit. Come on.
Let's go.
There
Yeah.
you go, baby.
Come on.
I found it.
Come on.
I did that in
Come
1993.
on.
I
Let's
found
go.
it.
Come on. It was written. It was drawn.
Yo,
Come
Drawn.
on.
the art gallery show that we do, bro, it's gonna be crazy. Look at Blue Pill. Look at Blue Pill's PTSD. Look at epigenetics. Look at what Blue Pill was going through when he was young. Huh?
Yo, Blue, I can't stand this nigga. I can't stand this nigga.
Karen, where's Karen at?
Yo,
Karen
this
and
shit don't
Becky.
work.
Look at your
Oh,
friend
Yo,
Blue
I
Pill.
got Karen Joyce.
yo, we gotta write. Yo, you
Look
a
at the
beast,
guy that
Blue.
sells you C-balls.
Dude. Yo, I remember that shit, that aesthetic. Y'all niggas is
I got
lit.
it in an
Yo,
all-gown
we need to
V-neck.
write this shit. If this conscious shit don't work, why we don't got the black Larry Davis, son? We supposed to be writing film, bro.
That's
Come
a
on,
fact.
son.
Larry
Yo,
did
you
that
can
thing.
help these niggas more with comedy, man, instead
I'm
of
trying to
tragedy. I
tell you.
promise you, we can help these niggas, making them laugh. Because
I'm-
the shit on the Netflix is whack. They
Mad
waiting for us
whack.
to refine the game. I'm telling you.
Ah,
Yeah, black, yo, black as fuck is
yeah,
like low key is 2% of what we could do as a 25,000%. You heard? I
fact.
promise you. You heard? That shit is easy. They supposed to be consulting with us, which they already do low key. Because
Low
Black
key.
as Fuck had mad little Sinetta conscious one
Wow,
Blog Talk Radio KTL moments in it. Come on, bro. You heard?
yeah.
Come
I'm
on.
saying,
They made that shit float with the content that niggas was creating years ago. You've been doing this. You
I
heard?
want to
Let's
show you
go.
this, AA. I want to show you this.
Yeah.
I want to end it with this, just to show just how we are living in our dreams. And we could prove it through the arts and the sciences, because ultimately the way that you value an artist is to
I seen that. I seen that.
identify
1990. I seen that.
psyche, right? So
1990.
yeah,
With Ox and all that.
yeah.
What happened?
The date on this,
What happened?
that's my initials, Philip Thomas Morgan, 1990.
1990.
So
I remember that.
here goes the Flavor Flav figure, right? Public Enemy, right? It's a
Right.
black thing. You wouldn't understand, right? Then it goes the RBG.
And do you know this? Look,
Hold on.
look, you know what you colored those with? You
Design
colored those
markers.
with design markers. They don't even make those
Design
no
markers.
more.
That's right.
They
You
don't
put
even
me on
make
to those.
designs no more.
So they go to Ankh, right? So a few weeks ago,
Crazy.
I did a lecture with Supernova Slum and Professor Griff of Public Enemy.
Yeah,
right?
Today,
Right? And this is, what does it say on it? Fear of a Black Planet.
That's crazy.
Right?
Yes.
That was in 1990.
Yes.
I did not know Professor Griff. I never knew I would be teaching with him. Who knew that we would be linked up? Because Professor Griff is Public Enemy. He stayed the course of the whole group.
But can I remind you something? Can I
Yeah.
remind you something, Philip? When Spike Lee was doing the movie Do the Right Thing, he also did their video. Do you remember when me and you? Do you remember when me and you was at the movie shoot with my mother, God bless her, and your mother?
Yes,
and we
they.
was like
Yes,
this.
yes.
Yeah, we fucked around, almost got in the movie.
We was thirsty.
They was like, cut. Like, hold up.
We was lucky. We was young thirsty niggas. We was like, I want to get in the movie. Yo, if we was in Fight the Power video, we wouldn't be on Blog Talk right now.
We was vicariously though.
Huh?
We was vicariously.
We was vicariously, but
in the whip.
We would have lost our minds if we would have saw ourselves on Video Music Box. We would probably been with Orlando Brown right now. Yeah, nigga.
I got the scan of that.
This is my album cover.
That's classic. That's classic.
Yeah, baby.
Guess what? That's the name of that. Guess
so,
what?
What I'm saying is, when we explain our psyche in 1990, in the music that we were listening to, the comic books that we were reading, all of the comics books that we were reading are movies now, Ahmed. They're all phase 1 to 4 because it's mad comics in the Marvel universe. How they choose the ones that we were reading?
Yeah, shout out to John Byrne. You heard?
Yeah. Shout out to Jim Lee and all of them. But anyway, we're going to have a whole show. We bringing back more Fire Fridays. So get your bars together, AA. We bringing a music show back. And we're going to bring back a show where we're going to wild out with the creatives. It's called Revenge of the Blurs. Because I want my Blur niggas. Because Blurs are winning right now. I seen a Blur pull up with a diva, with a goddess the other day. I'm like, Blurs are eating, literally. So we are going to hold them up. I can't hear you, AA. I can't hear you. Hold on. I'm going to bring you back in. Can I hear you? I can't hear you, Lord. Yeah. Let's see if the brother phone get back online. But we are going to have. Oh, go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, let me check it out. At Blue Pillow 44. That's on Instagram, of course. Goldwater.com. GOLDWATER.com. Do not lose sight. Put your immunity first. Don't let nobody rock you to sleep. Just because there are, switching headline topics on the TV, it don't mean that you need to turn off your consciousness. Put your health in front of you. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Protect yourself. Create a immunity force field around yourself in your home. Nobody knows when and if in fact there's going to be a second wave. But if nothing that you have learned from this, you can't even roll the dice on being sick these days because they're trying to criminalize that. So, do whatever you feel and deem necessary to prioritize health and put your immunity first. But we definitely have a complete line of products at goldwater.com that does exactly that. Mama Pill got a product that's coming real soon. I'm gonna be excited. I think she want to come on and talk about that.
Yeah, we are going to we're gonna be bringing Mama Pill on the show soon, y'all. We have a lot of new shows in the chamber for the summertime, because summer's around the corner, and that tends to be like Blue Pill said, there's a lot of activity bursting from the corona mass ejection. So I feel that it's going to be a great time for us to broadcast, to tap in, and to bring some legendary classes.
This is Gemini. we're in Gemini season, so this is really the time for communication and broadcasting. Tonight is
Yeah.
classical. You know, you got a whole four hours in the clip. We appreciate you going on us with this cosmic trip, because if nothing more, this is going to be able to bring some clarity to people who are just out there, you know, in the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? With no visual sight as to what's going on. Everything is cosmic. As above, so below, right? The people are the actors of cosmic energy that's moving through us. I started the program of open up and explaining to you the connection and the correlation that we have to our solar deity, right? Through this entire conversation, like I said, it will be a lot more clearer to you. Now you have all of these bits and pieces. If the brother's there and giving you empirical proof that the planets, the lesser planets, have an effect on your body instantaneously and can be gauged up into the very minute, second, or what have you, then what you think that the sun all of a sudden has no connection, no correlation to you as well? There's a direct connection. And you know, the
I
beauty
was
of it
gonna
all.
get into my I was gonna get into my father, my bag about the father being the son and the earth being the mother, the child being and the child being the son and the daughter, right? Because it gives birth to both masculine and feminine. It gives birth to boys and girls, but the sun and the earth are the parents to us. They give us sustenance, they give us life force, they feed us, they clothe us, they give us heat, water. Everything is coming from those two, you know, principles and whatnot, and of course the four
Yeah,
elements to facilitate that.
like I said, yeah, you know, I appreciate program the opportunity, definitely the exchange of information and the upgrade in energy. Thankfully and hopefully our people will be able to tap in and get the most out of what was shared on this beautiful evening. And make sure that you take care of the host and pay your tithes. You know what I'm saying? Go to the brother AA Rashid's IG. That's how you can access and DM him about that cloth, drips, those sigils, right? That cosmic clothing, you
That's
know.
his cash app right there.
Yeah,
$S Prince 111. That's AA's. Cosmo
everybody.
361 is RAHKU. Blue pill is Blue
Yeah,
Pillar. And red pill is Phil Moreland. Tomorrow
44.
is Melanin Monday. We're gonna see you on Tuesday, Blue.
Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. We in the building.
Shout out to the God Body Ken. I look forward to being y'all special guest as well. I want to come on there very soon and do a part 2 with you guys about affairs of the heart and some other things that need to be evaluated on Tough Talks. I need to get tough with the talk.
All right.
Yeah, Melanin Monday, number 121. We're gonna continue this conversation, and of course, everything that Raku said that would happen tomorrow. We're gonna explore that tomorrow on tomorrow's episode for Melanin Monday. And Third Eye Thursday, I gotta talk to you too, Blue, because the family is asking if you could do a Third Eye Thursday class. They want your cloth from Attention Economy. They want you to deliver some information.
All right. Got him. Let's do it.
Okay. Yes.
All
All
right.
right, y'all. So without any further ado, I want to say good night. Thank you everyone for hanging in. Like Blue said, this was 4 hours strong, but I would not let the day go by without doing a Black Wall Street show on its 99-year anniversary. May the ancestors be pleased in our demonstration. May the ancestors who are waking up inside of so many people right now find us. You know, as the student is ready, the teacher shall appear. May the ancestors guide whatever vessels and avatars to us so they can receive not only the information that we have to provide, but also the brothers and sisters in our networks. May they receive all of the healing. And because a lot of people are mad right now and the sleeping giant is awoken, but they do need to heal. They when you know, when somebody wakes up out of their sleep and they're throwing things and screaming and they're mad, you know, they need some break. They need to break the fast. They need something to soothe them. So the information will begin to soothe them as they begin this journey on their quote unquote path of their road to perdition, their road to redemption, and ultimately the new leaders or somebody who is going to shake the pillars of the world is going to come out of the smoke of just this weekend. That's a fact. You know, I have a feeling that that's what's going to take place. And the music is about to get better, and everything is going to get better. And we're not going to allow anything to put us in our fear bag. No chicken littles around here. All right. So thank you, ancestors. I hope that Black people made you pleased this weekend. You understand? Because a lot of things burnt and a lot of things came down in your memory. So for the George Floyds and the millions of other people who have, you know, lost their lives at the hands of these demons, know that you are not forgotten and know that we riding. Real talk. So is that anything? You want to add anything, Blue?
You said it all.
Love and light, y'all. One.